Hey family, what's up? You guys already know I uploaded my DNA yesterday, right? And it shows that I'm 92% of the Americas. Now, I also show that generationally, we've been here for more than 2,000 years. And on top of that, the icing on the cake, I show that my haplogroup, my forefathers, where they originate from. And it happens to be from where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were actually traveling and migrating. So now, I've showed through Bible that we're the Hebrews of the book. I've showed through history, Spanish and English, that we're the people of the book. I'm also showing it now with bloodline. And what ends up happening? People laugh. Whatever, it don't matter. Here's the reality. I know who I am. And I know who you guys are. Raza, grab your heritage back. Because this is what they want. And I'm going to say with this. If I'm a Hebrew, and I'm over here, how the hell did I get here? I didn't come on ships. Neither did you.
Cuando las serpientes evolucionaron, más rápido que muchos veces. Noten la diferencia entre una serpiente venenosa y otra que no lo es por las marcas que deja.
1970, 1970, 1970, 1970. Nací un día de junio del año 77, planeta Mercurio y el año de la serpiente. Signo patente tatuado y en mi frente que en el vientre de mi madre marcaba el paso siguiente. Nacer, llorar sin anestesia en la camilla. Mi padre solo dijo es Ana María. Sí sería el primer llanto que me probaría, quemando las heridas y dándome la batería. Solía ser entonces como un libro abierto, pero leí la letra pequeña del texto. Como un arquitecto construyendo cada efecto. Correcto, incorrecto, se aprende todo al respecto. Saber que algunas personas quieren el daño. Subir peldaño toma tiempo, toma años. Con mi peluche mirando lo cotidiano, dibujos transformaban el invierno en gran verano. Papá me regaló bajo mi insistencia un juego que trataba de compartir la solvencia, pero en el patio hicieron la competencia. Fue cuando sentí mi primera impotencia. 1970 y 1970 y 1970 1970.
Cuando las serpientes evolucionaron, más rápido que muchos veces. Noten la diferencia entre una serpiente venenosa y otra que no lo es por las marcas que deja.
1970, 1970, 1970, 1970. Nací un día de junio del año 77, planeta Mercurio y el año de la serpiente. Signo patente tatuado y en mi frente que en el vientre de mi madre marcaba el paso siguiente. Nacer, llorar sin anestesia en la camilla. Mi padre solo dijo es Ana María. Sí sería el primer llanto que me probaría, quemando las heridas y dándome la batería. Solía ser entonces como un libro abierto, pero leí la letra pequeña del texto. Como un arquitecto construyendo cada efecto. Correcto, incorrecto, se aprende todo al respecto. Saber que algunas personas quieren el daño. Subir peldaño toma tiempo, toma años. Con mi peluche mirando lo cotidiano, dibujos transformaban el invierno en gran verano. Papá me regaló bajo mi insistencia un juego que trataba de compartir la solvencia, pero en el patio hicieron la competencia. Fue cuando sentí mi primera impotencia. 1970 y 1970 y 1970 1977. No me diga no, no lo presiento. Todo lo que cambia lo hará diferente en el año que nació la serpiente. 1977. No me diga no, que no lo presiento. Todo lo que cambia lo hará diferente en el año que nació la serpiente. Mi adolescencia fue una etapa bizarra. El cuerpo es batería y la cabeza guitarra. La orquesta narra una tonada quebrada para la mirada de una niña que solo talla espada. Hormona disparada, sobrepobladas de información que cambian temporadas. Caminas encrucijada, cada cual en su morada preparaba la carnada. la sagrada diablada de mirada encabronada. Mi fila, la verdad, nunca buscó su silla. Mi búsqueda fue mero proceso de pura pupila de poeta que marcó nuestra saliva. En la cordillera que miraba la salida, la parada militar de paso monótono, colores policromos, los uniformes de poco tono. De tono mi cuestionamiento, la voz y sonó, no, mi primera rima que sonó y me enroló. Mi búsqueda no fue para mi cosa de escenario, fue algo necesario y que marcaba ya mi fallo. Así que tú hablas más de lo necesario. Fue cuando entendí que todos quieren ser corsario. 1970 1970 1977 no me diga no, que no lo presiento. Todo lo que cambia lo hará diferente en el año que nació la serpiente. 1977 no me diga no, que no lo presiento. Todo lo que cambia lo hará diferente en el año que nació la serpiente.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Check this out, family. I'm gonna show you a couple of things, a couple of videos, and then I'm going to play a class. For you that are new, I've seen some recent subscribers, so all glory to our Father for that, man. As you know, this is not a channel that tries to generate money. It's just about learning and truth. You know what I'm saying? Whether you like it or not, whether it tastes good or not. You know what I'm saying? Scriptures are clearly. I mean, scriptures are clear about bitter wisdom, and that's what has to be. That's what has to be taught. All right. So, anyways, I'm gonna play some videos, and then I'm gonna continue with the topic. Tomorrow's class, I am gonna prepare for that one. To be honest with you, that's why I'm not gonna be really talking live. But yeah, this is basically the whole concept here. All right. These Freemasons, what's up? All will be revealed. Shalom, Al. What's up, bro? These Freemasons believe they are the sons of the light that will come to save mankind. When everything is darkness, there will be the light bearers to shine the light. That's kind of like in that kind of realm. But now I do want to say this, man. I brought out this boule thing in 2022. Okay, I brought it out, and there wasn't really much talk about that. But now it seems to be clear. So then let's continue with that vein and continue to push back. All right. So this guy here, I don't know where I think he's a Egyptian, if I'm not mistaken, but he made something very clear, and I think it makes sense. I can see. I don't disagree with this man. Okay, let's in a way. Let's go.
Race and lineage are two different things. Racially, the black people that is supposed to have no history and no lineage are in reality Hamites. The true identity of Mandinka people, Ibu, Yoruba, Bantus are Hamites, children of Ham or Chem, including Phut, Canaan, Cush, and Misraim or Egypt. We, the nomads, which the Europeans refer to as Hamitic race, the Berber, Tuareg, Tubu, Fulani, Tutsi, Ethiopian, Somalis, etc. The nomads are the Semites, the people of the book, the Ahlul Kitab. The Hamites of Black Africa don't like Abrahamic religion at all. But we, the Semites, we are obsessed with Abrahamic religion because it is our forefathers. We teach Judaism, Orthodox Christianity, or Islam. The people of the so-called white race, the Arabs, Ashkenazi Jews, Europeans, they are not Semite or Hamite, they are Japhites.
Phase of European colonization. And notice that the countries that are most strongly in support of Israel are not just the United States. It's the United States, Australia, and Canada, the offshoots of England, Anglosphere sometimes called, unusual forms of imperialism. These are settler colonial societies, societies in which not like India, not like the British in India, say. The societies, South Africa was a little like this, or Algeria under the French. Settler colonial societies in which the settlers came in, essentially eliminated the native population. Also driven by religious principles, very religious groups driven by Christian Zionism. Those are major cultural factors.
I'm actually finding that's a serious topic. A lot of them are saying, hey, it seems like you people here in the Americas were the ones actually benefiting from the slavery of some of the black folks over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that some black folks didn't get enslaved. No. Slavery is real. But that doesn't mean you're the people of the book. Okay, it's just very clear. Anyways, let's continue with that vein. All right. This is from that bro. He's, I guess, pulling up a lot of these things. Which, hey, you know what? I'm gonna use. Hey, man, I'm not trying to make money from your material, so you know what I'm saying. But I will take advantage of it. Matter of fact, let me read that, bro. Let me read that for you. Isaiah 33:1. Right. Let's see. Let me see what it says. Isaiah, I'm gonna try to reserve my energy for tomorrow. That's what I mean. Isaiah 33:1. It says, "Woe to thee that spoilest, and was not spoiled. The dealest treacherously, and they dealt not treacherously with thee. Then thou shalt seize the spoil, thou shalt be spoiled, and when thou shalt make an end to deal treacherously, they shall deal treacherously with thee." So let's summarize it. Our enemies are doomed. They have robbed and betrayed us.
although no one has robbed them or betrayed them, but their time to rob and betray will end. You see, it's like that whole concept that, oh, we suffered so much. Oh my God. Oh, we were the people. We went through this. We went through that. But in reality, they were the ones enslaving as much or as bad as the gringo. So again, our enemies are doomed. Us, meaning they are saying this, right? They have robbed and betrayed, although no one has robbed them or betrayed them. But their time to rob and betray will end because they've been the robbers and betrayers. They're the ones that have been lying this whole time, trying to make it seem like it was only one particular nation and them, as if they had nothing to do with this treachery. And they themselves will become victims of robbery and treachery. Lord, have mercy on us. That's for sure.
And the Boule boy come out and pacify.
And I think Eshan has proven himself to love the Most High. Now, whether or not you got problems with his hand sign, you should give the brother the benefit of the doubt. He has not promoted Freemasonry.
I'm showing you the highest degree of Freemasonry. It's nothing higher than this.
Can I just add to that real quick?
Sure.
I just want to add to that because
when I first met my wife, she's in college, I was a bum.
Because my whole life I've been taught that means I love you.
And y'all ain't seen the agenda yet. The truth staring in your face. Oh, don't judge. That's that Boule Negro.
We know about the hand sign thing. Some of the videos you got were old.
To get that shackle off your head, that Boule shackle that just see black and see nothing else.
This ain't the black man's game. This ain't the white man's game.
it's
This
the
is the money game.
That means we can't afford our lifestyle. If y'all don't come through with something, it's going to be a problem.
You hear that? Do you guys hear that? Now, listen, you are this nation and you want to give yourselves money, man. By all means, do it. I don't give a shit. But my gente, please, por favor, no sean pendejos, güeyes. It's time to wake up, man.
They hide in plain sight in the Hebrew Israelite community.
Continue.
We have just discovered that our pastor is a Mason. We are disturbed by this and would like your opinion about people who are supposedly serving and preaching the true and living word of God being in the Mason organization. So far in your broadcast, we have not heard Masons discussed.
Yes, I discussed Masons before, but I'll do it again. If I got any Masons here?
Amen.
To my Masons that may be sitting here, why don't you tell your wife about the fun house? Why are you a Mason?
Amen.
Did God tell you to be a Mason?
No.
A Mason is a divine man of God.
That's it.
Who's given tools from heaven.
That's right.
That cut and shape the hearts of the world.
That's right.
And build a people for God.
So if you got a preacher,
amen,
who's a Mason,
that's right.
You got a false prophet.
That's right.
On himself. I'm blown away by the obviousness that we have here in front of us. And our gente, they're still stupid. They're still like stickly dumb. Seriously. Proverbs 6:13, man, I like this one. They wink and make gestures to deceive you, all the while planning evil in their perverted minds, stirring up trouble everywhere. This is stirring up trouble everywhere. We know what kind of nation this is. I mean, shoot, even within themselves, they're stirring up trouble. Here, I'll show you. That's what we were talking about. Thank you, brother, for that. We are just mentioning right now how they're having the difficulty embracing their true history. You know, nobody told y'all. Listen, like when I first started doing these classes, I told people like, hey, man, what I'm gonna bring out, bro, most people are not gonna like me. Most people are gonna hate me for what I'm showing because I go hard. I don't do like half-ass effort on anything, man. If I'm going to be here and find out about some kind of history or whatever work it is that I do, I'm going to do it full 100%. Okay? So I'm not going to half-ass my shit at all. Excuse my language, but I'm just being real right now. And, you know, when it came to this information, hell yeah, man, it was pretty heavy. Like I did not want to bring this out, to be honest with you, family. I'm like, bro, this is crazy. I don't want to be the one. I remember sitting in my car, man, when it hit me like a ton of bricks, like boom, it hit me. Like, whoa, this is that last seduction. Our people have no clue. They're walking right into this, man. They created a history to match the Bible. Everybody would believe it if it's based on that. Well, of course, shoot, we did. And that's why when I found this out, it was heavy duty, man. It was heavy duty. And typically, you know, you don't see so-called Hispanics bringing stuff out like this. We're not really outspoken like that. You know what I'm saying? So that was like another thing. That's why brothers didn't want to hear me. They're calling me a racist. I was like, no, man, this is what I find. First Maccabees 3:20. They come against us in much pride. They come against us in much pride and iniquity to destroy us and our wives and children and to spoil us. But we fight for our lives and our laws, which is our heritage. That's what the Most High gave us, the understanding. Wherefore the Lord himself will overthrow them before our face. And as for you, be ye not afraid of them. That's why, man. I was like, you know what? I got to do it. So let's listen into this real quick. I'm just going to show a little bit. I haven't actually seen it, man. So, you know, bear with me here. Brother, send it to me right now. Let's go.
Hello and welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we look at a very interesting but sensitive topic, the history of African involvement in the slave trade. But before we get started, please subscribe, like, and don't forget to share your opinion on what you think about this video and this topic. Yes, historical records show that some African societies were involved in the slave trade, selling captives to European and Arab traders. However, it's essential to recognize the complexity of the transatlantic slave trade, which was driven and perpetuated primarily by European powers. Now, the involvement of certain African groups does not justify or excuse the extensive and brutal exploitation carried out by European colonizers. The historical debate surrounding African involvement in the transatlantic slave trade is a complex and multifaceted discussion. On one hand, there's evidence of some African societies participating in the capture and sale of fellow Africans to European and Arab traders. On the other hand, postulating that these actions were universally representative of all Africans simplifies a complex history. Furthermore, discussions also arise about the involvement of freed individuals of African descent who in some cases became slaveholders. Now, this debate requires a critical examination.
It says here on the bottom, so you guys can see, it says here, it says black people going hard on themselves. Black people owned and sold slaves debate. I told you it was going to hurt. I told you it was going to hurt. This pill of truth is not easy. You thought it was just going to be like, I'm just going to go ahead and dangle myself into the so-called kingdom. You guys don't see my lies. No, you got caught. And now ahora te estás limpiando, cabrón.
Acknowledging the diversity of experiences and roles played by various groups within the historical context of slavery. So check out these videos. I will be right back. And when I do, we talk more about this topic.
Can we talk about the argument about black people owning slaves too and why it's such an argument? I'm going to go ahead and just give you a little background of history. In the South, in the antebellum South, prior to the Civil War, around 8% of black people were freed. Oftentimes, those free people would buy slaves. The reason they were buying the slaves is because they were their family, their friends, their spouses. In most cases.
That's a lie.
Okay. And the reason they couldn't free a lot of them is because of taxation. They did not want to get taxed. You get taxed at a higher rate as a freedman than you did as a slave. Okay. So that means that they were keeping them as slaves, not because they were using them as actual slaves, but because taxes and the money, it was money. Now, let's talk about how many black people were actual slave owners, which was about 2% of the population of blacks in the South at the time. And let's say some of those slave owners.
Scripture, the way it's actually, it says Isaiah 3:12 from the Septuagint. O my people, your exactors strip you, and extortioners rule over you. O my people, they that pronounce you blessed lead you astray and pervert the path of your feet. Oh, we're the same people, but you know, we're Judah. Let's sit back and shut the hell up. No. On contraire, mon frères, all you stupid camps now, you got some answers. You got some questions that you need to answer. And don't go around saying, Sakari, there was only one conquistador. That's dumb.
For run-of-the-mill, like the slave owners we are familiar with, aka owners, in which they used other black people as free labor and treated them as livestock. As black people say, not all skin folk is kinfolk. Does that still make slavery okay? Is that because I don't understand why it's a gotcha that black people owned slaves, because it's still wrong. It's still slavery. And so let's talk about post-slavery. Those black slave owners, like all black people in the South, were subject to segregation. So that means that the legacy of slavery also led to the legacy of segregation, which lasted well into the 1960s. Just for a frame of reference, both my parents remember segregation. And I was born 11 years after the Civil Rights Act of 1965. And I was born 6 miles from a sundown town that did not integrate well into the 1990s. So the legacy of slavery is vast and long.
Black Africans from their homes and forced them into labor. But we rarely ever talk about the part that Black Africans themselves had to play within this notorious historical event. Slavery was an ancient practice within Africa, but on an extremely small scale. People who purchased slaves did so in
of years, as far back as you can trace human history. And what we're looking at is if slavery is something that happened to one race of people in one country, when in fact the spread of it was around the world. In 1776, which is when Adam Smith published The Wealth of Nations, as well as when the United States got started, he said that Western Europe is the only place in the world where there is no slavery.
For slavery, they took no accountability, love beyond color.
Hi, I'm Christine, founder of UNI.com. What is UNI.com?
Number one, just because he's been miseducated about the African resistance to slavery, don't make it true. Number two, this particular obscuring of history glosses over how African leaders like the King of Congo wrote a letter to the King of Portugal telling him to stop slavery. Number three, that's important because like it says right here, this letter contradicts the story that African kings sold their own into slavery has been retold by the countless times in history books. Moreover, this also shows that similar to Queen Nzinga's stance against the slavery, a century later, she fought almost 40 years against Portuguese for the freedom of her people. Number four, King Alfonso of Congo literally converted to Catholicism in order to try to earn his humanity of not only him, but also his people. In his letter he wrote, each day the traitors are our people, children of this country, sons of our nobles and vassals, even people of our own family. This corruption and depravity are so widespread that our land is entirely depopulated.
Damn, they were doing it to their own families. Wow, wow, man, that's crazy, bro. Woo. Psalms 10:3, for the wicked boasted of their heart's desire and blessed the covetous. Yes, that's why they give these people money. You're being told lies. I know it feels good. It sounds good to be the people of the book. But you're now merchandise of your own gente. They lied to you guys. And this is why, when I found this out, it's like, wait a minute. You can't be the slaver and the slave and say you're the people of the Bible. That is not possible. You can't be so-called Southern Kingdom and rule Europe while Northern Kingdom, so-called, is not. Makes no sense. Psalms 10:3, for the wicked boasted in their heart's desire and bless the covetous, whom Yahoo abhorreth. It's what these wobbles do all day. That's very, very true. Very true, man. First Maccabees 5:32, he said unto his host, fight this day for your brethren. Thank you, bro. That's true, man. I mean, that's why I'm still here, man. That's why I'm still pushing. Because when I found this, I didn't know how to go about it. So let's go.
Anyone that got in mind to be right, you got to surrender.
Oh, yes.
You got to come out the Masonic Hall.
I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
Prestige ain't worth trash.
No.
To be a Mason, you got to roll up one pants leg, tear a shirt over your heart, and they bring you in the room with a bunch of fools.
Yeah.
They tell you got to bring food to feed a goat, and ain't no goat to feed.
Yeah.
Blindfold you. Then a bunch of men making a bunch of noise and hitting you. First they put marbles out. White marbles and a black marble. If you get a black marble, you're blackballed.
Right.
Can't be one. Get white marbles, you can be one. You get at a certain level of masonry, you get rid of the Bible.
My Lord.
And pick up the Quran.
My Lord.
You got to take a vow of secrecy. That you never expose the craft. And if you expose the craft, you agree to have your tongue cut out or snatched out and your heart cut out.
My Lord.
I expose all the craft I want. I dare you to lay a hand on me.
That's right.
I dare you to do it, and I want you to do it.
That's right.
I'm a very easy man to find.
Amen.
You see, I'm a real Mason.
You see what he said?
Go ahead, brother.
It ain't got nothing to do with Herman.
No.
It ain't got nothing to do with some cheap lion's paw.
No.
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 I'm a real Mason.
That's right.
This is too deep for the Masonic Hall.
It's too deep for them.
Every true man of God is a real Mason.
That's right.
He's a craftsman.
Craftsman.
He's a layer of divine brick.
That's right.
He worked for a master builder.
Go ahead.
For the book says one is your master.
One is your master.
Even Christ.
That's right.
Peter called the church and said, you as lively stones.
That's right.
So the preacher are given tools.
Yes.
He's given a hammer that breaks rocks in pieces.
Oh, yeah.
His wisdom is a divine chisel.
Go ahead.
That cut and carves women and shape men.
Go ahead.
To be the people of God.
That's it. Go ahead.
He used a plumb line
Go ahead.
in the midst of his building.
Go ahead, brother.
God is his architect.
That's right.
See, let me tell you something, family. IUIC does exactly this right here. They present the women, single ones, like line them up and shit. It's not even of the scriptures. It's called debutante. Look it up.
Architect.
That's right.
This is bigger than Solomon's temple.
Oh, yes.
Solomon's temple fell apart.
That's right.
God's temple is eternal.
That's right. In the heavens. Go ahead, brother.
I'm a divine mason.
Oh, yes.
I'm a divine builder. I was given an axe, and God says, lay it at the roots.
Lay it at the roots.
I was given a hammer.
Yeah.
Break rocks in pieces, meaning it breaks the stubborn of the world.
That's right.
Breaks your stubborn mind.
That's it.
You see, you got to fall on this stone.
Yes.
Which would mean submit to hardness.
That's it.
Submit to discipline. Submit to rough preaching.
Rough preaching.
Then you'll be broken.
That's right.
But if you fall on the stone, or the stone fall on you,
grind you to
it's gonna
powder.
grind you to powder.
That's right. Go ahead, brother.
So Masons don't know what the Masonic is.
No.
You talk about a scale, a compass. Do you know what direction God come from?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
God said, I come from Teman. How can he come from somewhere where he is everywhere?
That's right. Go ahead, brother.
He said, God come from Teman.
Go ahead.
The Holy One
Mount Paran.
from Mount Paran.
Yeah.
From his mouth cometh a two-edged sword.
That's right.
And his eyes
Go ahead.
is as a flame of fire. From his hands
Go ahead.
goeth forth horns.
Go ahead.
And when he walk upon the waters.
Go ahead.
You think a Mason is wearing white gloves?
White gloves.
And a little miniaturized apron?
That's right.
You don't know what it is.
No.
A Mason is a divine man of God.
That's it.
Who's given tools from heaven.
That's right.
To cut and shape the hearts of the world.
That's right.
And
You guys are following, right? I know this is something heavy for a lot of you guys. You that have been around this channel, coming through, calling it a show, calling me a racist, calling me a conquistador, saying I'm causing division. All of you guys, in every single camp, at least that I've had some so-called dealings with, chatter-wise, y'all call me these names left and right. And you want to know something? I'm still here. And what I've been showing is coming to fruition. So you determine who the messengers are of the Most High. I've never lied. All I did was just told y'all the truth, and I ended up having people hate me for this.
build up people for God.
Amen. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
A lion's paw? Nah.
Oh, no.
It's the lion
Go ahead.
of the tribe
Judah.
Of Judah.
Oh, yes.
And the root of David.
That's it. That's it.
You build it on.
So even in their stupid Christianity mentality, they still think they're fucking. Oh man, y'all are just so corrupt in your spirit. I kind of feel sad. It just is what it is. That's considered.
Solomon, that's weak.
That's weak.
One in the scripture says, one greater than Solomon is here.
That's right.
Solomon ain't no good.
Oh, no.
One greater than Solomon.
It's here.
Masonry. I'm a divine masonry.
Every house is built by some man.
Do you hear this?
In Hebrews chapter 3 and at verse 4.
Oh, this is so sweet.
Every house is built by some man.
Is built by some man.
But he that built all things.
He that built everything.
Is God.
No, it's Solomon.
Is God.
Herman Mabliff.
Is God. Amen.
Our God is God.
That's right. That's right.
So Solomon was limited.
Oh, yeah.
Not only that, he ran out of his wits.
Yes, he did.
For women.
For women.
Solomon, before he died, his heart turned against God.
Turned against God.
And he became polytheistic.
Yes, he did.
An idolater.
That's right.
The true architect, the true designer of people is God.
It's God. That's right.
So all these lodges and all that stuff won't prevail.
No.
You throw on black suits, white shirt, and black tie and feel important. But then you die.
That's
and a
it.
bunch of men come in marching.
That's right.
Just marching. Looking like a bunch of stooges.
That's right.
Huh?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
March forward and slide back. Everybody's doing the curly. And then they ring a little bell over you.
Yeah.
Say a few words.
Say some words.
But you died.
Prince Hall Masonry was founded in 1776, family, or 1770 something. So let's remind you who you are.
Sorry about that. I hope you guys can hear me. What I'm trying to do is get a reminder. Remind us again as to like what's going on, because we keep hearing, and even our own people, man, like they're literally pushing this agenda, and we gotta like nip it in the butt. You know what I mean? It has to be a reminder, because the struggle is sincere about our people. We've gone through struggle and we're still going through it. Okay, so all we're saying is, if it's the right doctrine, if you guys are really the Hebrew Israelites of the Bible, then make it make sense, because none of it matches. So let me continue, so then I can remind ourselves too, because I'm sure we're getting really, really dug deep with all these other so-called Hebrew black onlys. You guys are Mongols. You guys aren't the Hebrews. You see, you don't see no famous people saying you guys are Hebrews. Well, I kind of find that interesting that the media is now involved. You think that the so-called white man who is in power right now, right, is going to allow this just because they play chess with y'all while you guys are playing checkers? They're playing chess. So this here is the seal that the scriptures talk about. The biggest lie that anybody could have concocted, where you create a slave trade that didn't happen the way that we've been told for hundreds of years. Not hundreds, for about maybe the last 130 years. All right, let's continue.
What I'm going to do is this, man. I'm going to compare apples to apples. We have people saying that we are who, well, they're telling us that we are them. They're not saying that they are us. They're not saying that we are one people. They're saying that we are them, that we used to look and be like them. Okay. So, and that we have the same struggles that they have had since 1492. So if that's the case, you may be able to suggest that to other people that don't know their history. But we're going to find out today if that is actually true, okay? If our curses compared to their curses, so-called, okay? And has it been happening since 1492? Because that's the question. All the way from 1492, 1500, 1600, 1700, 1800, 1900, and then as of today, okay? Reflect on all of those things as we go through the class, and you guys compare apples to apples. Are we the same people? Have we been suffering as long as you guys supposedly have, or have you suffered as much as we have? That's the question today. So without further delay, let me go ahead and shut up and start the class. All right. So first things first. This is interesting. This is from a dictionary app that I have. It's a Webster's dictionary from 1828. Okay. So obviously words definitions change as society or whoever is in power changes. So listen to this. Swarthy, being of a dark hue or dark complexion, tawny in warm climate, the complexion of men is universally swarthy or black. Then it says this: the Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. Let me read that again. The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. Meaning what? The Spaniards, Italians are black, like the Moors, and the French and Germans are basically brown, dark brown, right? But the other guys are black. So it begs to now we have to ask ourselves this question. Did they look like this in 1492? Okay. I got a video about this person here. Caught my attention, and it relates to my class. So interesting. Listen, I'm gonna let this play. There is a word called boule. So let me actually explain it now, so then we can just skip all of that. Boule is an ancient Greek word It means, well, it was representing over 500 citizens, which were part of the council appointed to run daily affairs of the city. Okay, so these guys consider themselves high and mighty. Okay, remember this, man. Remember this. Okay, we went through slavery. Supposedly the same thing, the same suffering, and we progress about the same. That's what we're being told. Well, let's find out. All right, let's begin. It's gonna be 1, 2. 1, 2. I'm gonna skip a couple, and then I'll start basically, continuing to show my things. All right, here we go. Oh, almost forgot. My bad, man. My bad. Oh, almost forgot. All right, Bible Chronicles. Okay, disclaimer. Content copyright. Disclaimer. This content does not belong. Excuse me. Let me move that up. No. It's not what I want. Stupid computer. Hold on a second, guys. This is acting funny. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Anyways, this content does not belong to Bible Chronicles, nor does Bible Chronicles claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of to harvest any financial gain. However, due under Title 17 of United States copyright law, states material in use can only be done when it's for theological, scholastic, misspelled, and general educational purposes. And thus, Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay, here we go.
Hey, guys, pay attention to how light-skinned some of these men are, and they're considered black, right? They fall under that category. When we see them today, they are looking white, man, and they're considered black. So every single person you see in these pictures, they're considered black. Their fathers supposedly are black. Okay? I want y'all to pay attention. Because remember how the black-only Hebrew Israelites tell us, well, what you guys mix with the other nations. Huh. Well, how funny. A lot of you guys were looking white. So I beg to my question, do a lot of black people are white and a lot of white people are black? It gets deep.
At this point, it should go without saying, Prince Hall Freemasonry and Sigma Pi Phi are not the same in connection or principle. Firstly, Boule members are almost always college educated, a prerequisite not required to be a member of Prince Hall. These educated Boule members are most likely graduates or postgraduates who are recognized as men who have outclassed their peers as professionals within a certain branch of expertise.
Look at the men on the bottom. See the men on the bottom? They're considered black. We see them today, and they would be considered white. A lot of these light skin. Look. Let's look. So now we need to really know who we're dealing with. Look at this man. He looks Hispanic, just very tanned. Now we're getting real scary here. So you so-called Hebrews of so-called Latino descent and so-called Hispanic descent, and so-called black descent, y'all need to start wondering who you really are. This is not just about fringes, guys. It ain't just about being Percepticons. Anybody can memorize scripture if you study it so much. But the actual work is looking at you and yourself, and none of y'all are doing that. That's what I can tell. Because you're still doing Passovers. You're going to clubs. You're admitting it. Strip clubs, regular clubs, because you're heterosexuals. You have multiple wives. That's what you guys teach. Yet the Messiah said, it wasn't like that before. Originally, it was Adam and Eve. Adam didn't have Eves. What exactly is it that you're trying to teach? Are you trying to teach for sincere building or lucre and sexual desires and lust? Let's keep it real, man. Let's go.
College education is not a requirement for membership in the Prince Hall or any other branches of Freemasonry for that matter, whose tenets are most essentially being male, having belief in a supreme being, as well as the ability to handle financial obligations of the society.
And that's what I mean, okay? So pay attention to that too. Excuse me, sorry. I had ice in my mouth. Pay attention to that. The statements that are being made. Okay. Remember, we're doing a comparable. We're gonna go back to 1492. But because I want to get through this class. So, anyways, here we go.
Although Boule members can be Prince Hall members and vice versa, they play different roles within the structure of Black society.
All right, so let me go ahead and fast forward this real quick so you guys have an idea of what they're saying so far. Here's a little more of who these people are. And again, I'm saying this and I'm sharing this because, again, these guys are apparently representing the so-called Black people. Okay, you'll see. You'll see. All right.
I know that the Boule is typically a closed social group that I would characterize maybe somewhat secretive. How did they react to you exposing them, discussing their being and their principles in your book?
Okay, Sigma Pi Phi Boule, which was founded at the turn of the century, was founded as a secret organization. It actually
Turn of the century is at the end of 1800 into
Almost all of them, if not maybe this guy and that guy, look white. They're the founders. These are Black men. Oh, a Sigma Pi Phi fraternity. And this is before 1900, when we still didn't have the Bible. Hey, I'm having issues on sound. Give me a second, all right? Hold on. It's probably gonna be a few minutes, man. I don't know if you guys gonna. Anyways, just letting you know, okay? Just give me a second. Yeah, let me do this. Hold on a second, family. Let me. I gotta switch this around. All right, here we go.
Anyways, watch what he says. This is what caught my attention. Obviously, this guy knows. Hold on. I don't know what. My bad. My apologies, guys. I don't know why I did that. Go back.
Born partus sequitur ventrum.
Okay, so here we see a picture of people being sold. They don't look like they're being sold. They have, look, you can see the commonality between them. Look, he's even bending down to speak to her. There's no need for that when you got power. You don't have to bend down. You talk down to them. But this woman is being sold, and she looks like who? Yeah, our hermanas, our mothers. Yep. And who's this guy right here? He's black, right? And he's selling her. I mean, that's what I see. I don't know what you guys see. These are all white men, supposedly. But then you look further in, and they're not bright white, you know? Look at her skin and look at their skin. That has to trigger you guys with the thought, man. Why is her skin almost the same as theirs? And then look at these women. Why is that erased? But these are shown. They're not showing these guys. Anyways, watch what he says.
That which is brought forth follows the womb, meaning the legal status of a child born of an enslaved Indian woman will always remain enslaved. This law gave planters and free white men in general carte blanche authority to impregnate captured women without having to so much as even claim responsibility for their mixed race children. Just as common, these children were sold on the mulatto maid market as house niggas for an added sticker price as compared to their darker skinned counterparts.
So just to let y'all know that term was first placed upon our people, okay? And that's confirmed. So it's an unfortunate term, you know what I'm saying? But it unfortunately belonged to us. Okay. So anyways, let's continue. It unfortunately belonged to us first.
In this aspect, Virginia colonial law was totally contradictory to English common law, which states that a child's status follows the father. Of course, this law extending from the earlier Virginia codes was designed this way to assure.
Yeah, that's actually really funny. Planters. He calls them planters, right? He calls them. Yeah, I caught that. All praises, man. You caught that. All praises. There you go. Let's continue.
Legalized rape of indigenous women without consequence, and naturally the perpetuation of slavery through a duplicitous modification of English common law.
If you listen to him, what he's standing on a ground that it was the white man that did it. Okay, we'll see. It was only the white man, and then there's these black children. They were not our people, but then he mentions that the only people that were being sold as slaves, in a sense, where you can actually rape them, and then through the slave owner's children, it's not hers necessarily. If you believe in the Bible, then they go into slavery. So they were enslaving their own children.
Children born of a white mother and black father were considered free.
Remember that. Children born of a white mother and a white father were considered free in this particular year of 1600. Remember, he's mentioning the topic of partis sequitur ventrum. Okay, just remember that. So in this time, if you're black and you had a child with a white woman, that black child was not a slave. We were told the other way. This is coming from a so-called educated black man who is, I'm assuming, he's part of this masonry. I'm assuming, I don't know, man. But, again, this is his material. I don't claim it. YouTube, that's him. I don't profit from this, so please don't block me. But anyways, I appreciate the information, though. I really do. It helps us out to know who you guys are.
And we're counted among free people of color.
So then at that point, it says we're counted upon free people of color, meaning that this was happening often, right? In order for them free people of color to be free, there would have to have been through a mother that was white, correct? That's my understanding.
White men were freely allowed to abandon or kill their children without recourse.
Again, that's an opinion because there's no facts to say that. But if you look at a nation historically, the spirit doesn't change. Which nation of people are actually doing that? You got to ask yourself. You know what I'm saying? We can't be naive, and we cannot be emotional, sensitive, or even so-called empathetic. I'm tired of that because all I ever see is our gente being stepped on. That's like that song from Kid Frost. It says, "Hey, I'm getting tired of these vatos getting over la raza." You know, that's deep in my spirit, man. Because as I've mentioned before, at least I know, since the so-called white man and the so-called black man have been in this continent, nothing has been the same for our people, especially our lovely, beautiful women, our mothers. And I mean that like in a mother sense. I don't mean that in a sexual sense, because I have respect for our sisters. That's a Hebrew thing, by the way, in case somebody don't understand that.
Solidifying their position as the first deadbeat dads in American history.
Who's actually manifesting that? I'm just asking, you know what I'm saying? Because we went through slavery, and it's not something that we typically practice as so-called Hispanics for the most part. I know we have a few deadbeat losers, good portion, but for the most part, that's not who we are. Then or now.
To the point that many of the most notable so-called black men in history, like Frederick Douglass and Booker T. Washington, never even knew who their white fathers were. But in some cases, the white father actually did remain in their child's life, but used their whiteness to accelerate the social status of their mixed children.
So, see, he says that in some cases, and then they would use their status to elevate their children. And we continue to see that. But why isn't he saying anything about them? They were black men having children with white women, and those children were free. Remember that, okay?
One such example of...
Let's skip this. I'm going to go to... Let me see here, because I just want to get through this. Oh, here it goes right here. Give me a second. I think it's right here.
And Prince Hall Freemason made it in instance. All of us Negroes were the privileged children of white slave masters.
So they say, okay?
All of a sudden turned champion for black rights. The air of insincerity permeated this bunch. With all this being said, there were some who made it into politics without completely alienating themselves from the average person, seen as privileged or elite. Who weren't seen as privileged or elite.
Mother Bethel AME Church, founded on ground purchased by Richard Allen in 1791. This congregation is the mother church of the African Methodist Episcopal denomination. The present structure, erected in 1889, replaced three earlier churches on this. Okay, you guys read that. It's telling you something.
For most so-called Negroes, an elite education or even a college education was out of the question, unless you could pass for white. And this complexional complication coupled with education represented the foundational differences between a Prince Hall Mason and a Boule during the early 20th century. The Prince Hall faction, along with their Baptist and Methodist leadership within the church, recruited more of the common man into their ranks.
This is a very old picture. Okay, look at how they dressed. That has to be in the 1600s, 1700s.
Few and far between men who ascended into politics were more the exception than.
Yeah, he should. And you know, it's very interesting how he references so-called black folks, but doesn't say it in that sense. He uses words like planters. Yeah, this is why I said Prince Hall. Yeah, for sure. These guys are, man. When I heard this guy talk, and I knew I did a research on them, I knew that he's onto something, and they're revealing some things. At the same time, tricking our people, making it seem as if, yeah, you guys struggled and suffered. No, man. After the Civil War is when all the problems began for the so-called black man. That's why when you see a lot of anti-slavery movies, it's always after the Civil War. Only a few you see that it's related to some kind of like Amistad. But those guys were supposedly African. But then you see the movie, there's black men that are free. So you got to wonder. Again, guys, this isn't hate. This is real grown men and women talk. The things that were going through our minds that we question. If you guys are our gente, not a problem. Prove it. And so far, y'all are doing pretty well for yourselves, while we are not. And you'll see as the class goes on, again, we're comparing manzanas a manzanas, apples to apples. Are we the same people? Because if we are, then all praises to the Most High. Let's go and fight for the struggle. But if we're not, then we need to know who our enemies truly are. That's all I'm saying, guys. I think that's a fair statement and a fair question. Grown men have grown questions. We're not children.
Rule. During these times, barbering was a trade that provided opportunities for black men to facilitate respectable positions within their communities. In some cases, developing clienteles with wealthy men, which led to other work for family and friends.
Let's skip this real quick. Let me get to this point. Uh, 18. There's some stuff I'd like to show you, but nah, I'm kind of want to get through this. Listen, guys. Remember, we're doing a comparable, okay? We're doing a comparable to see if our struggles have been very similar, because they say that that we're tied to the hip because the trap chart said so. Okay, let's find out. Pay attention to these pictures. They're trying to tell us something. Until I hear a riding on his saxophone. Or could you call on Lady Day? Could you call Remember this picture. Look at the fur. That's buffalo fur. These guys are buffalo. They were buffalo soldiers between 1870 and 1876. That's around the time where the Buffalo Massacre happened. Those are facts. I'm not saying anything. I'm just comparing the timeline. That's called debutante, okay? In case for some of y'all that don't know, that's what it is. And that's something that the French did. And these are the French. And I've showed you guys pictures of this. And whether you guys believe me or not, it's up to you. The French were black, were black, because now that you see a lot of white folks, but a lot of them are actually black. And a lot of you black folks are actually white. This is the funny part. Because the mixing didn't just happen with black on white in regards to men and women. It happened both ways. Look, you see this? This is a picture of men and women, right? But don't you think, what, you think he's going to be like not interested? Come on, man. See this? Look at how they dress. This is not in the 1900s, guys. This is like in the 1600s, okay? The pilgrims. This is how the pilgrims dressed. And look at you guys. You're in the bag. Look, having a conversation. Look, you even have fancy glasses. That's your French guy. He's not white. He's black, okay? Boy, those guys back there, those guys aren't black people. They look kind of white. That's what debutante. And basically, it's just like elitists or people that introduce themselves like, okay, this is so and so, you know, he's so and so and so and so. It's kind of like what they do in the IOIC camps. That, you know what? That's actually, I didn't think of that. You guys do the exact same thing, debutante concept, and that's not in the Bible. Where does the Bible say that you're supposed to do that? Present themselves as like steak and meat. That is technically debutante concept. And then you tell the so-called Hispanics not to burst a piñata on just because they want to celebrate it, because it's a heathen custom, and you guys are doing a heathen custom too. If you're not them.
Hey, you know, I forgot, and I was gonna do a class on this too. What about quinceañeras? Quinceañeras is basically the same thing. You present the daughter as a young woman ready for, you know, that's actually a French thing. I'm gonna do a class on it because, and as I compared them, I'm like, wow, man, that was pretty heavy. And I'm glad that it was reminded, because this was something I was thinking about yesterday, I believe, about maybe, I don't know, early in the morning, man. Anyhow, let me continue.
As mentioned earlier, the forced migration of slaves in the Upper South is a tale untold.
Now, this is what they say, okay? But if you look at timeline, it begs to differ. He says that
slavery and forced migration.
Fast forward it. So he says these people were pushed forward in slavery and this and that, right? Why are these guys painted white anyways? I'm just curious. Remember they said First Maccabees 3:48, the heathen changed the image. Why are you guys taking off this color? Why not leave it? I don't know. Listen, I don't know how this picture is, to be quite frank. I just find it awkward. Okay. So, anyways, this guy's saying that this was slavery and forced migration in the antebellum South. Antebellum. Here, let me do this just so you guys can find out. Antebellum period. So antebellum basically means, like it says, before the war, okay? Refers to the years of the war, development, blah, 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 blah. There was a lot of this going on. supposedly with blacks, right, being enslaved, but I don't know, man. They look like they're really trying. I mean, I'm just saying, you know. I see our people busting our butts in the field, bro. Anyways, I'm not here to like make comments about that. I wasn't really necessarily trying to show you guys this picture, but antebellum period is, it's just like a history of the South period before the war, supposedly. Okay. In reality, look, I'm just going to tell you what it is. You guys can find out on your own. Antebellum is just when the so-called blacks and the so-called black man, the so-called white black woman had it good way prior to antebellum. Okay. But again, you guys could consider that my opinion. So let's continue. He's showing this stuff here.
Importers.
He's saying that they were pushed down. But here's what I want to show you.
207 rooms to more than 500.
So they were all pushed from the north to the south, okay? Between, they called them domestic slave trade. Between 1808 and 1865, remember that year, those years, 1808 and 1865, all of a sudden now they're being pushed down, okay? Remember that.
1800 to all.
So I think at this point, I think this is all what we need to see. Because, yeah, I think this is all we need to see. Perfect. Okay, good. All right, let's move on from this. Let me take this off here. All right, I'm gonna change the video now because we're gonna watch a different one. And give me a second. Let me at least set it up.
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second here. Give me a second, guys. All right. Person, and I want to do this. This is, nah, you know what? Nah, I'll show it later. Okay, so anyways, here's what they're saying. Okay. So we heard all of that. And then now we're hearing that the so-called Judah ruled Europe, okay? Black Africans who ruled Europe between 711 AD, 1789 AD. And that's true. Historically, I know that the African Phoenicians have been trying to conquer that area for quite some time. They finally did it in around 700 AD, okay? All right, so now let's pay attention that these guys are 480 circa Germany. Remember they said that the Germans and the French are swarthy, and the Spanish and Italians are more swarthy, meaning more black. Well, this guy's black. This guy, literally 1740 circa, 1520 circa. Look at this guy, right? Basically 1599. So it means it was painted around that time. 1524, 1589, 1500. Look, check this out. This guy. This is why I was curious about that law. Remember that law that talked about partus, what is it called? Partus sequetum ventrum. It was in 1662, colonial, right? British owned these lands, and they passed that law. Well, look at this. This guy is an actual king of England. He was a prince of England, son of King James. He was a king of England, English, Scottish, and Irish. So his father, who was alive at that time in the 1600s, was the one that had to pass that law. These guys are not kings because they're applied to, excuse me, because they applied for a job. It's passed down from parents. So since you guys are saying that this black man passed that law, I mean, that's what I'm finding. It says upon the death of the father, 1701, he was recognized as king. Succeeded the son Charles. All right, so obviously lineage passes through. All right, so he passed that law in 1662 to rape our sisters, based on what I'm finding. That law that didn't bother passed a law against black people. No, the law that said if you have a child with that native woman, right, that what they call nigger, okay, then that child could be a slave, whether that child would be from a black father or a white father. Those are facts. You guys are saying you rule Russia. You guys are saying you rule Europe. I'm only showing what you guys showed us. You know what I mean? I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth. That's more of a newer picture, I think, which is actually a nice picture, to be quite frank with you, man. I like the color scheme. Anyways, and listen, guys, I make comments like that because I appreciate history, man. I could sit back and actually look at it. I know exactly what happened to our people, but I have undeniable faith in the Most High that he will, like Wisdom of Solomon 18, vengeance upon the enemy. So no sweat. As long as we keep teaching our brothers and sisters who we are according to the Bible, man, that's what's being commanded of us. All right, we just got to stick to the script, guys. Remember, man, just stick to the script, dude. Focus on the end. The end is what matters. All right, not now. We'll get our chance. Anyways, so that's who that guy is. And then I find this interesting. This is from, matter of fact, here, I'll just put it here because it keeps popping on this window. This is from a book called Africa's Gift to America. Okay. And watch what these guys say. I'm not saying it. They're saying it. This is written in 1880. What page is that? 58. Africa's Gift to America. All right, page 58. Let me go to that now. It's an interesting book. It's a really interesting book, to be quite frank with you. A lot of history, and then a lot of it is actually I say this in connection with what I have. This right here, well, that's not my topic, so I don't care. But if you can see, I mean, these are slaves, basically. They're selling slave women, white women. They were selling white women. That's what they were doing. But that's not my topic. It's part of it. Look at First American Slave, page 59, I believe, okay? 58, my bad. Strong documentary proof that the first Africans in America were not slaves, and that chattel slavery of them did not start until about 1659 or 1682. Remember the Partum Sequatu Ventrum, the black king who passed that law in 1662? Well, that's why. Okay. So after that law is when so-called black people were being enslaved. Well, it was black people who were enslaving their children, and white people who were, I guess, enslaving their children too, because they were just using our sister's funnel for your pleasures. Russell, in this chapter, Origin of the Free Negro Class, calls a brief that the first Negroes were slaves. A popular error maintained and supported by a large number of writers. The evidence clearly points to the customary indentured for Virginia. Archive shows that throughout that indentured, it's very true. Watch this. Throughout the that's right. They did it to me last time. Give me a second. Who's this for? That throughout the second quarter, throughout the second quarter of the 17th century, Negroes were being released at the end of their period of indenture. Look up the book, Virginia, the Old Dominion. Okay. I have it, but I haven't looked through it, so I didn't want to bother it. Let's say the common belief that all Negroes brought to Virginia in the early period were slaves is an error. Virginia's first century. It says judicial cases concerning American slavery and the Negro. They're talking about one particular person that I guess she was a slave, Lady Yardy. They didn't want to pay a slave, and they were forced to pay the slave. In 1661 occurs the first reference of the state in Virginia to Negroes and the inequality of slaves. You guys can find all this stuff out, okay? Watch this real quick. I wasn't able to download it on my page for whatever reason. It was giving me a hard time, but I have it on my Facebook account, and I'm gonna show you guys what I have. Okay, Let's see. I think this is it. No, that's not it. Oh, I think it is. My bad. This is from a book called, this is from a book called Let the Blood, that the Blood Stay Pure. Page 67. The year 1619 has been earmarked as the earliest date of arrival for Negroes to the English colony, yet they accompanied Spanish North American expeditions almost as a century before the English arrived in Virginia. That means that in 1492, there were black folks coming with the so-called white people too, right, to destroy our people and take our lands. There's also evidence that they cohabited with the Aborigines in the early 17th century. So here's exactly where the hijacking begins. So let me just share something with you, so-called Aboriginals, okay? What this guy is actually saying is that you African people came here first when they came here, okay? Both of y'all, basically. It took both of you guys to take us down, okay? And then after that happened, a lot of you Africans stayed here. And you were mixing with our sisters, which then became the concept of Aborigines. Exactly that, all right? So, but anyways, you're not going to believe me, so it doesn't matter. Let me continue. In 1603, 7 Negroes escaped St. Augustine, with some maintaining their freedom and marrying Indian women. Franciscans found Negroes. Now, these Franciscans, what? They weren't white, because watch what he says. Franciscans found Negroes, meaning the Africans, and Indians, our sisters, or maybe some of our men, cohabiting together in Florida, and repeatedly admonished the Aborigines that it was an unclean thing to keep Negro mistresses, meaning what? That the Africans shouldn't be mixing with the natives because it was unclean. They looked at us like pigs, like swine. That's exactly what the statement is. I don't know what other interpretation you want me to give you. This is from a book that they, meaning the other camps, actually no, the one camp, which is IOIC, loves to bring this book out, man. And you know, I find it so interesting because they love to bring this book out, but they don't show you guys everything of this book. Watch. They only read this part. This is from the a treatise on physical geography. They love to hide it. This is the funny part. They like to hide books, but you know what, guys? Whether you show it or not, the price goes up or down. And you want to know why I know this? Because I buy books. I collect books. I buy them, okay? I buy them. And I've been lucky and fortunate to buy some books at like $100 that they're cost like $1,000 now, all right? So don't tell me that, oh, all of a sudden you shared it. And no, nobody ever shared the book I got, and that thing's costing expensive. So don't believe the hype, man. All they want to do is make it seem like, oh, they're so secretive. Watch this. The Jews are people who ever, according to, they read this and like, look, they're black, brother. They're black, brother. But yeah, the page before, watch what the page before says. The rapidity with which the color changes is seen in the English colonies of North America. It is not 250 years since the very first colonists arrived in Britain, and much shorter time since the ancestors of most of the present New Englanders across the ocean. And yet they have lost the clear complexion of their kindred beyond the waters and acquired much of the hue of the southern French and northern Spaniards. Remember this. Remember that? The more Spaniards, Italians are more swarthy than the French. Here it's saying that they acquired much of the hue of the southern French and northern Spaniards, meaning dark, dark, or brown, brown, so that if an assemblage of each nation were placed side by side, there could be no difficulty whatever is distinguishing them by their complexion. Now watch this. With respect to the intermixture with the Indians, we know as a matter of fact that it never took place. Why? Because those children were considered slaves. The Aborigines of America are another instance. I explained that already. Why? Because they were Africans. They never wanted to mix with our people, and if they did, they sure as hell did not have any respect. I'm just reading to you guys what I'm finding. Now, if I make statements, I have the right to make the statement because obviously I study this, so I have a little more knowledge to sit back on what I mean. It says here, Judaic scholar Paul Wessler, however, maintains that the majority of the Sephardic Jews was of North African Berber origin and converted to Judaism sometime before 711 CE. I don't know about that. Anyways, for normal, they actually, explained as a form of North African Gothic. That was you guys. That's why when you see Gothic and it's black, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. You guys need to know your history, man. Why you guys have a Latino telling y'all, or so-called Latino, telling you guys your history? I mean, quite frankly, look, man. It's I don't know. Anyways, watch this. Puerto Rico located Caribbeans. You guys can read this too. Taínos established themselves in Puerto Rico. Blah blah blah. Natives were forced into servitude and hunted down and killed, resulting in the devastating collapse of local population. It's basically saying that a lot of the so-called Caribbeans, Puerto Ricans, islanders, you guys have a lot of African blood in you. A lot of it, and that's why you have a lot of surnames like this, because they were converso moriscos. They were Sephardic or Moorish Jews, a lot of them. So a lot of people in Puerto Rico are Phoenician Canaanites. Wow. That's a heavy thing. But you know what, guys? We know already in Mexico that in South America and Central that there's a lot of Edomites. They look just like us. Put your emotions aside, whoever's listening to this, okay? See, that's the best part about living in that where I come from. We already know that people that look like us were the ones taking advantage of us, just like the white man. And you'll see it in the video I'm going to show you. Anyways, let me go ahead and show you guys one more thing here. Watch this. This is interesting. Where are you? Let me see. Show you guys this. So they say, right? And like the other material that we found, that the slave trade or none of that was really happening. Because look, in 1630, almost 80,000 people left England. And who was ruling England? A black man. Left England, Chesapeake, and New England, and the Caribbeans, most of them indentured servants. This is from, again, White Cargo. You guys can get the book. 1,200 newcomers. Those guys died because they couldn't handle it. Our people killed them, and also there's a story behind it. These guys didn't know how to field or anything, and apparently they were just too lazy and expected our people to feed them. Our people said, "Hell no!" They left them to be. These guys ended up eating each other. They weren't white, and if they were, they weren't only white. Let's see, chapter 7 is what he's talking about. But look at this, watch this. There were several people, new plantations, indentured servitude, British colonialism. Look, watch this. Were people, both men and women, who had been forcibly transported, which is because they wanted to get rid of their dirty, like, criminals, and free willers who had voluntarily mortgaged their freedom, right? Basically, 200 men, women, and children from the British Isles would have been transplanted to British America. The vast majority of these British colonies would be indentured servants. Black people, indentured servants, okay? Unless you want to say they're white people, but then that goes against your doctrine, One West, so you're going to have to swallow this pill. The second episode occurred within a year. Large group of indentured servants from, well, you can see it. And then these guys were Puritans. Oh, man. The Puritans were the ones that gave our native brothers and sisters the turkey. So was it white people then? Yeah, the rabbit hole gets deeper. 1634, total number of servant ships from Britain, 790 males. Total was this. English convicts arrived in 1642. You see that? Worked on the new sugar crops. So basically, a lot of these convicts were also convicted, right? Like here, if you commit a crime, they go and they send you to some jails where you're actually doing this. So some of these black people were convicts and they were serving their time. So if you see those guys being like treated like crap, well, they're convicts. Don't they do that now here? Let's see what else. Okay, I think you guys get the point. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to close this and make a mistake. So now, let me show you guys this real quick. I thought I had the But let me see. Let me see the. I think this is it. So in this book, watch what it's called. Free Negro owners of slaves in 1830. Okay. So it's showing you guys that black people did have slaves, and it was recorded even up to 1830. From 1650 to 1850 is when there was a lot of slavery going on. And as you know, that from what we see, the partus equitum was more applicable towards our sisters. And the black people were mostly indentured servants because their family members were the ones helping them out. There's something called right start, I think, head right, something like that. You have a, let's say you have you want to purchase land, and I have a family member, and I'm here, and you're over there in Europe. I would then say he wants to come here as an indentured servant. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that bill as a consideration. That's a word that they use in Black's law. I'm going to use that bill as a consideration to purchase this land. He is like, in a sense, his down payment, because that indentured servant is going to work that land or help him work that land, right? And he gets an acre. So for every indentured servant, you get like an acre. It's a head right program, something like that. Anyways, you see this here? All these names are not white people. And by the way, these last names that so-called white people said, so-called black people said that they were through slavery, that's a lie. They already had these last names. And this is facts. Look, all these guys, the slaves, they're not black. And if they are, it's their children. I know, that's the sad part. A lot of them are our people, but a lot of them are their children. You know what I'm saying? Because if they trap our people, they enslave them. If they trap our women, they enslave them and force upon them. And through them, they basically have children. And they look at our children or their children as litter. Now, you so-called, well, you Indian people, you black folks, you're Phoenician blacks that think that you're natives and all that crap. And like, oh, yeah, look at me. I got feathers. Well, listen, dummies. No Latino and no native will ever turn their back on their child, even if it was from another nation. That is something that I know for a fact we don't do. Any Hispanic or Latino will attest to that. I have a daughter. She's 19. It would hurt me so much to even think that I would do that. Don't you think that would be a test in my faith? Of course it would. But that's not something that we do, okay? That's a fact. So if these sisters get raped by you and they take this child, black child, with them, they teach them their ways because your ways didn't work. And so that's why you guys have feathers and you have customs and you look black. Know your history. Why does a Hispanic have to tell you guys? I thought you guys make fun of Northern Kingdom all the time. Hey, Northern Kingdom, you guys better, Judah's getting tired of, helping you guys out. Okay, well, listen, I'm not getting tired of it, by the way. I'll never get tired. I'm just going to show you all the truth. Negroes, meaning black people, right, own slaves too. Blacks own slaves too. Blacks and whites own slaves too. Not just white people. Look, y'all own slaves all over. So what I wonder is, why does this guy say this?
That the blacks who were colonized and enslaved are indeed the 12 tribes of Israel, according to the biblical text. The 12 tribes and enslaved are indeed blacks who were colonized, blacks who were colonized and enslaved are indeed the 12 tribes of Israel, according to the biblical text. There's no biblical text that can prove the Jews in the Bible were Caucasians or are Caucasian.
And no, at least where we stand, we don't believe that either.
There's no biblical text that says or proves Jesus Christ is a Caucasian or white man. All the biblical texts prove that Christ is black, Moses was black, the Apostle Paul was black, and the 12 tribes of Israel are black. And the 12 tribes of Israel are black. And the 12 tribes of Israel are black. And the 12 tribes of Israel are black.
So he says that the people that were enslaved were the 12 tribes of Israel, and they says that they are black. Okay, that's what he says. All right, we're gonna look at this real quick. This is from let's see if I have it here. Give me a second, guys. I'm trying to find history. There it goes, right here. This is a book called Golden Age. Okay, by Ivan Sertima. Ivan Sertima is a so-called African. Okay. Listen to what he says himself. It says here, for all Negroes are black Moors, page 331, I believe. For all Negroes are black Moors, for all the Negroes or black Moors are descendants of Cush, the son of Ham, who was the son of Noah. But whatever difference there is between the Negroes and the Tawny Moors, it is a fact that they are all of the same ancestry. This Leo Africanus is a black man. Okay, so there's two things I want to mention. First of all, he was actually born in Grenada. Okay, so he was there when he makes this comment. And the whole thing about some African white man name in Africa, that's a lie. He was an Afriki. So I can't remember his name. But this guy, Leo Africanus, he would let a white man name him when you guys are in power? Come on, man. Come on. Then it says here, again, but Dr. Chancellor Williams hits the nail on the head once and for all when he's asked the question. Now, again, just who were the Moors? The answer is very easy. The original Moors, like the original Egyptians, were black Africans. As amalgamation became more and more widespread, only the Berber Arabs and coloreds in the Moroccan territories were called Moors, while the darkest and black-skinned Africans were called Blackamoor. Eventually, black was dropped from the Blackamoor, meaning Moor, in North Africa and Morocco in particular. All Muslim Arabs, mixed breeds, and Berbers have readily regarded as Moors. The African blacks, having had even this name taken from them, must contend for their recognition as Moors. You see that? Now, this guy, Leo Africanus, okay? So you're going to tell me, Nate, you're going to tell me that you know more than him? This guy was born there, okay? This is from his book called The Geographical History of Africa. So I don't hide stuff. And there's no need for it, because you know what? You can either get it in archive, or you can either buy it, or you just can't buy it. It's that simple. If it's meant for you to have, it's meant for you to have. It says here, for all the Negroes are black Moors. Okay, hold on. Let me go back a little bit. All which opinions and reports are to be understood only of the original of the Tawny people, that is to say, of the Nubians and barbarians. For all the Negroes are black Moors, take the descent from Cush, the son of Cam or Ham, who was the son of Noah. But whatsoever difference between the Negroes and the Tawny Moors, certain it is that they had all one beginning. For the Negroes are descendants of the Philistines, and the Philistines of the Mizrahims, and the son of Cush. But the Tawny Moors fetched their pedigree from Sabians, and evident that Saba was begotten of Ramah, which was the eldest son of Cush. Listen to this. Diverse other opinions there be as touching this matter. Okay, watch what he means by that. Meaning that there's a list of things he starts behind on, which because they seem not so necessary, right? So we saw it, and we realized that they're not valid. We have purposely omitted. So because it's not valid, we don't agree with it. So we took it off. This man was born in that time. Let me see if I can get the page. Look, written in Arabic and Italian by Ion Leo Moore, born in Granada, brought up in Barbie. This man was there, okay? And this crest is a crest that does not mean what you guys think it means. 1600. So you know more than this guy? Watch this here real quick. It says here, Judaic scholar Paul Wexler, however, maintains that the majority of Sephardic Jews of North Africa, Berber origin, converted to Judaism. I read that, I believe. My bad. Let's see. Okay, now another thing. I'm gonna show you guys this too. They're saying that we suffer together and we're the same people. Look, I'm gonna brush through this real quick. This guy here, Louis Wetzel, you guys got to get this book, right? It's called The Great West, containing narratives of the most important, interesting events. So this guy, Louis Wetzel, among the earliest times, he was, let's see. Louis Wetzel perhaps was the most indefatigable, can't read that, indefatigable Indian hunter of the frontier. His complexion was dark and swarthy, as in Indians, and his face pitted with smallpox, so he looked like us. His hair, of which he was very careful, reached and combed out to the calves of his legs. See, that's why you guys put those damn feathers on and act like you're our people, because you were already mixing way before. And these guys here, the so-called blacks, Africans, they were killing our people. Look at his sons. At the Wetzel grew up Ben Frontier Boys. Here, watch out. You guys can't see that. They grew large enough to handle rifle, considered themselves such, and took a solemn oath never to make peace with the Indians. Y'all can read that yourselves. Watch. Yeah, well, you guys can see it. This is from another guy. This demon, man. God, man. You guys. They're right here. James Beckwourth also married Indian women, sometimes in dazzling rapid succession. Flame-tempered and loved to battle. They called him Cow Crow and Blackfoot, okay? The greatest Indian fighter of his generation. He was not an Indian. He was a black trapper, he was a black trapper or a trapper as a black man. Black slave with Native American heritage. And his wife, this is funny. Beckwourth was born in 1788 to a black slave with Native American lineage and her white master. So you see this? The only way this would happen is if a black person had children with that Native woman, had then this Beckwourth, and he was a what? Servant to this woman, this master, right? That's what it seems like. Or else, how else would he know about Native? So this sister of ours didn't want to put her back against him. Of course, I mean, turn her back on him. Especially at that time, they were going through destruction. She didn't understand. The Bible wasn't with us. Oh, by the way, we haven't had the Bible since 1492 at this point, too. Then it says here, look at this demon. Indian wives, it says here, on trails he fought or made friends with Native American Blackfeet, Sacs, snakes, and crows. His Indian wives inevitably were loyalty wives. Chief, sounds like one West, multiple wives. Once again, he said Beckwourth did some good. You guys can read this book. I guess he's like, look, when he had asked this woman to dance, and he refused on the wedding night. So then he clobbers her with an axe. Then he turns and tells the father they must maintain discipline. And then so they give her a new wife, and then that other one he whips on, comes back, and then I guess he has sex with both of them and he leaves. You guys might think it's funny, you so-called black men. They might be laughing, man, but you're gonna pay for all this. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good, man. Enjoy your time now. You can see this, man, and this guy's he's just a plain traitor. Because what ends up happening here is this guy Shevington, right, tells him, hey, come with me. I need to destroy these Indians. But he doesn't want to go at first. He threatened him, so he saddles up. Then when you see this, he saw people shot dead as they held up their hands. Read the page. It explains it himself. So what do our people do? They feed his ass, excuse my language, and then poison him. That's what he deserves. And you guys probably don't know what that means, but that's basically you can even see it with the narcos, man. You don't do that. You're a traitor. I mean, come on, bro. Seriously. And this guy's glorified. Look, in the Mississippi, glorified for killing our people. And then remember about the Buffalo Soldiers? What a coincidence. Between 1870 and 1876, they were here. And then the slaughter of the buffalo is around that time. Yeah, they show pictures of this white kid. Look at that. The Buffalo Massacre. And remember this here? They're very proud of it, man. Proud legacy of the Buffalo Soldiers. Why they call them Buffalo Soldiers? There's no need to call somebody a Buffalo Soldier. Why? Wouldn't you be calling them a Indian soldier or Indian fighter? Buffalo Soldiers regiment were commanded by whites, and African American troops often faced extremely residual. Yeah, right. Whatever. Let me see, man. Maybe it's time to bring some scriptures. Yeah, let me read something. By the way, I have this Bible called Scriptures. The Institute for Scripture Search is who's publishing it, and I want to read it this time or today. So if you guys don't mind, I'm not going to be really showing them. I'll only show the ones that are in the Apocrypha on the computer. Okay, so follow me, guys. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 43. Okay, and it reads, "The sojourner who is among you rises higher and higher above you, but you come down lower and lower." Okay, verse 44. "He lends to you, but you do not lend to him. He is the head, you are the tail." You hear that? He is the head, you are the tail. Let me read you guys something in Malachi, which I found rather interesting. Give me a second, because this Bible is kind of upside down in a sense, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful manner, because it's just put together different. So it says again, "He is the head and you are the tail." Malachi 2:3, and it reads, "Therefore, thus say Yahweh, see, against this clan I am planning evil, from which you do not remove your necks nor walk proudly, for this is a time of evil." Okay, this is the time of evil. All right, remember that, guys. So now let's go to Hosea chapter 9 and verse 13 and 14, and it reads, "I have seen Ephraim like Tyre, planted in a pleasant place, but Ephraim shall bring out his children to the killer." Listen, verse 14. "Give them, O Yahweh, give what? Give them a miscarrying womb and dry breasts." Verse 15. "All their evil is in Gilgal, for there I have hated them because of the evil of their deeds. I drive them from my house. No more do I love them, for all their rulers are rebels. Ephraim has been stricken, their root has dried up, they yield no fruit. Even if they bear children, I shall put to death the precious ones of their womb." Okay, so this happened to obviously our children and as well as their children. All right, let me show you guys this real quick. I think I have that. I think I have it. And actually, you know what? I wasn't able to load it up. Let me see if I could read it from here real quick. Give me a second, guys. This is from that the blood stay pure. Okay, page 70. It reads, "Many American Indians imported to or exported from the colonies were listed as Negroes." Let me read it again. "Many American Indians imported to or exported from colonies were listed as Negroes. Approximately 69 Indians were included among a list of Negroes brought to Virginia from North Carolina from 1710 to 1718. Okay, that it says, "The number of the studies have shown that many slaves of probable or stated American Indian ancestry imported into this colony from Campeche, Jamaica, Honduras, the Carolinas, and Virginia were listed as Negroes. People of Indian or part Indian ancestry were listed as Negroes well into the colonial and antebellum period. As 1786 runaway slaves advertisement for an East Indian Negro man called Jean, a slave born, demonstrates the broad use term Negro in Virginia. The Negro was not synonymous with African." Okay, that's why you have this term. And you silly Negro doves. Yes, I'm calling you that. You African silly Negro doves. And a matter of fact, all of you guys, because quite frankly, you're missing the point. You're completely missing the point. Look what this means. Look what I'm going to show y'all something. Watch. The Negro term, okay? This was in 1854. It was a law. It says the word black may include all Negroes, but the term Negro does not include all black persons. Why is that? Remember, it says that a white woman can have a child with a black man and he won't be a slave, right? Well, just same goes for the white man. If he has a child with a black woman of African descent, of Phoenician descent, that child won't be a slave. Only if that child was of a native, or if you slept with a. Actually, that's an interesting point. If you were a father Indian and you were, I don't think y'all were really mixing with black women. I don't think y'all would let it. And if they did, it was basically by chance. Not a lot of stories are heard about that. But then again, that's something that that would have to be explored. So now, again, all of these things are occurring, right? Why all of a sudden conclude all that? Well, for voting purposes, guys. Trust me, it's all about power. Think about their whole history, okay? In 1829, no, man, I'm just gonna leave this over here because it keeps popping over here. Let me move this over out of the way. Let me close this. 1829, there were some riots, right? Some black folks were mad at white people, and I think it has to do with a lot of outvoting. They were moving into their areas, and white folks were getting tired of being outvoted. Man, y'all were outvoting them 5-1 at that time. Okay, and anyways, you guys were basically considering advocate for equality and civil rights. Okay, but at the same time, that same following year, you guys ordered the Indian Removal Act, 1830. And if you guys recall, between 1808 and 1865, what that guy said is they were migrating down from north to south, right? I wonder why. And you look at these things. These are the images of the debutantes. Okay. So as you guys are progressing and having these banquets and parties and gathering together for so-called equality for the brown people, no, you were looking for equality just for yourself. I have this here. I don't know what I got this for. Oh, Color Convention Project recognizes humanity. See? In the 1900s. In 1830. The Negro Convention movement. I'm not lying. But at the same time, we're going through Indian Removal Act of 1830. Okay. Now, let me show you guys this one more thing. This is interesting. This is what caught my attention out of all of this, man. Let's go back a second. These guys, right? Remember I said earlier, they got to look black. That's a Phoenician trait, by the way, based on what I have in records and documents and books. You guys were mixing with white people already, so a lot of you guys have dark skin and gray eyes or light color eyes. So all of you guys that have that trait, you guys need to check your DNA. This guy, that's what caught my attention. I was wondering about that. Maybe he's really mixed, but if he was really mixed, maybe he looked like that. But these two guys do not look like these guys. Remember the books that I read, Sephardic and Morse came? Okay. So we do know, I have some material that shows, the material that they like to use, the treaties of all that, the treaties, the one I read, it actually shows that there were so-called white Jews and black Jews and brown Jews, right? But they don't like to share that. So anyways, watch what he says. Oh, wait. As a matter of fact,
hey, family, real quick, regarding the chatting and all that, this Bor Rasta, listen, you're on this chat, man, and it's all good if you're listening. But for the rest of you brothers and sisters that are here to actually learn, don't bother with these chats. if anybody starts going crazy, I'm gonna block y'all. And I don't know why somebody would post something regarding like any sexual things or anything. If y'all do that, man, I'm gonna block it again. Again, this isn't a channel regarding education. In this channel, if you're emotional, you might as well like just change it. If you don't believe in facts, then if you believe in alternative facts, then you need to go to another channel. This is not entertainment. This is not entertainment. Listen, I don't get super chats. I don't require money. That's the scriptures for the real true Israelite or the true Hebrews should not cost you a damned thing. Even the Messiah said it himself. Give that to what is to Caesar, meaning money. Why would, and then I'll tell you one last just side point, guys. If you guys who are from camps are here listening, whatever, or if you guys are part of a camp, tell your camp to distribute the funds that they make because they sell merchandise, they make money. And the scripture said that all Israel was equal regarding in possessions or substance. I don't see them distributing anything. It's all profitable. If you guys want to keep it real, let's keep it real. There's a way to take arms, and it right now is this institution, in this society, in this system. I don't know if it's a good idea to be giving men money because we've shown it's just clear they're not transparent and they don't follow it all to the T. You take it, you need to distribute. Oh, you Israelites that are part of these camps, you should definitely, okay? Tell them, listen, the scripture says that we should be distributing all the income that you receive evenly. I wonder why not? Anyways, let's continue, man. I'll shut up and just continue with the topic. All right, let me let this dude talk.
All right, hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this. There's two things that I want to touch on. Okay. Let me go back to my page. Give me a second. Okay. Two things I want to touch on now that I have the topic. I don't want to go back and forth with it. Okay. Watch. First, I'm going to have this there. Okay. Now watch this.
They forced us to convert to Christianity, this new form of Christianity, wherein they were God, they were Christ. Okay.
I'm going to repeat it so we can see, okay?
Okay. The angels were light, and that the Jews who had converted, the white man who had converted to being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us. This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains to help us in our military, they also turned against us.
That looks like the Immaculate Conception. Virgin Mary. Black Madonna with Christ in the middle. This is them. Look at the cross. That's not a white person. The whole Madonna, Virgin Mary. You know, it's funny because you guys always say, oh, the Virgen Maria, that's devil worship. But then you show Russian icons and you show these pictures. It's pretty stupid, to be quite frank with you. I don't know any other way to say it. Look, watch this, okay?
They forced us to.
And again, this is not my content. All right? YouTube is not my content. This is theirs. I'm only using it for educational purposes.
Convert to Christianity, this new form of Christianity, wherein they were God, they were Christ. Okay? The angels were light, and that the Jews who had converted, the white man who had converted to being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us.
So here's my point. All right? So this is my point. Another one. Watch this real quick. Watch what he says, which really caught my attention.
This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains to help us in our military, they also turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We were under them. We said, these are our allies. And the very same allies turned against us. So again, this white man that we had used.
See, that's what's weird because I look at this picture and he says that allies. When has Idumea been an ally like that to where you can trust him? And by the way, this statement doesn't sound historical. Its statement sounds like it's pretty recent.
Used from the Caucasus Mountains.
Remember the other brother, the other guy about the whole Mason concept? I'm not saying that any of these guys are. I'm just saying, ironically, they made comments, and if you pay attention, they expose themselves.
Help us in our military. They also turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We said these are our allies, and the very same allies turned against us. So again,
that's what really was weird to me, that he would say something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that he would say something like that. You know, because based on the colors and all that, I mean the pictures, it basically speaks 1,000 words. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Let's go back to the Bible. All right, I'm gonna go to Psalms. Let's go to Psalms real quick. Psalms 49. Give me a second. We're gonna go back to this Bible. I'm gonna read all this one, and then I'll read the King James as well. Psalms 49, verse 4, and it reads, I inclined my ear to a parable. I expounded my riddle on the lyre. Okay. Verse 11. The inner thoughts are their houses. The inner thoughts are their houses forever. Their dwelling places to all their generations. They call their lands after their own names. Understand that? This is basically what they're trying to achieve, guys. They ain't trying to help us, man. Not from what I'm finding. You know what I'm saying? Psalm 64, verse 3. Who sharpen their tongue like a sword and aim their arrows a bitter word, to shoot an ambush at someone blameless. Okay. Verse 5. They arm themselves with an evil sword. They talk of hiding snares. They have said, who sees them? Was he not over there in Africa saying all of that? Is he not saying they were our allies? Who sees us? Is he not giving us a hint? I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth, man. I'm just looking at what people are saying. Sirach, chapter 12, verse 10. And it reads, never trust thine enemy, for like as Ryan rusted, so is his wickedness. Though he humble himself and go crouching, though he humble himself and go crouching. Yeah, brother, we're the same people. Look at this. We're the 12 tribes, bro. Yeah. Take good heed and beware of him, and thou shalt be unto him as thou had wiped a looking glass, and thou shalt know that his rust had not been altogether wiped away. So that's just saying, be careful, be mindful, because if you realize who he is, you're gonna basically clean that window, that glass, right? And you're gonna see right through the fact that his rust hasn't left him. Okay, so verse 16. Let me go to it real quick. Verse 16. And an enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips, but in his heart he imagined how to throw thee in the pit. He will weep his eyes. Yeah, brother, we're the 12 tribes, we're Hispanics here in America. But if he find opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood. Okay, verse 17. If adversity come upon thee, thou shalt find him there, and though he'll pretend to help thee, shall he undermine thee. Here's the point. He shall make his head and clap his hands and whisper much and change his countenance. Which one is it?
It's that the blacks who were colonized and enslaved are indeed the 12 tribes of Israel, according to the biblical text. There's no biblical text that can prove the Jews in the Bible were Caucasians or are Caucasians. There's no biblical text that says or proves Jesus Christ is a Caucasian or white man. All the biblical texts prove that Christ is black, Moses was black, the Apostle Paul was black, and the 12 tribes of Israel are black. The Apostle Paul was black.
He will shake his head and clap his hands and whisper much and change his countenance.
And the 12 tribes of Israel are black.
I don't know what to tell you, brothers. You know what I mean? Let me get through this, man. I got a class to show y'all. Let's move on from this. Let's move on from this here. This is from the storm that swept Mexico. Again, copyright disclaimer. This content did not belong to me, YouTube. Okay, please don't block me. I'm not making any money off of this.
By the way, just in case, if they do start giving me a warning, I'm gonna move the video over, so then they don't block me. Because, man, YouTube, I don't know, man. I'm a little. This is like a little smart channel, man, and YouTube's messing with me so much that I can't even believe they even got their time to waste on me. But anyway, just giving you a heads up. All right, let it play.
In 1876.
My apologies.
In 1876, reeling from nearly a century of conflict, Mexico elects Porfirio Diaz president.
So now let's compare what we've been through. Okay?
For more than 30 years, he will rule Mexico with an iron fist in what will become known as the Porfiriato. To some, he is the benevolent father, the peacemaker, but to others, the traitor, the man who gave Mexico away to the foreigners.
The Porfiriato is in some ways the beginning of that peculiar relationship between Mexico and the United States. The Porfiristas believed, given the economic thinking of that time, that the way to move ahead was to open the gates to foreign investment. Mexico was right next to the United States, so Mexico was largely an economic colony of the United States by 1900.
Did you guys hear that? We were an economic state by 1900. There were already Sigma Pi Phi and all these things, institutions. What else? They had Black Wall Street. They had banks. They had a lot more, and they also had the Americas. Remember, after 1848? Okay. Again, apples to apples. All we're doing is we're just comparing to see if we are the same people, if our struggles are the same, and if the period and timeline doesn't differ. Because if it differs, then the scriptures may have to be in question now. Let's continue.
The center of power during the Porfiriato is Mexico City. Here, Diaz surrounds himself by a group of technocrats known as the Científicos. This circle of power controls much of the nation's wealth, with little regard for anyone outside their circle.
The Científicos were the people who implemented his economic policies. These were the people who wrote the legislation for the passage of laws. These were the people who put together the contracts between the Mexican government and foreign companies and so on. They were elitist. Some of them were racist. That is, they believed in the notion that the biggest problem that Mexico faced was its backward Indian population.
Backward Indian population. Here, I just thought of a scripture. My bad. It wasn't part of it. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse, I believe it's 36. Watch this. Yahweh, it says, Yahweh brings you and the sovereign whom you set over you to a nation which neither you nor your fathers have known, and there you shall serve other mighty ones, wood and stone. I read this because as we see, these Científicos didn't give a damn about our people. So were they our people? The Spirit bear witness. Let me move forward to right here.
Bueno, fundamentalmente durante el Porfiriato, la expresión artística siempre estuvo viendo, o sea, con los ojos hacia Europa. Esto nos hace ver que siempre México, no obstante ser un país que se ha independizado, que está buscando su identidad, sigue con los ojos puestos siempre en Europa.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 28. It reads, Yahweh shall strike you with madness and blindness and bewilderment of the heart or mind. Madness. The madness of you guys. You want to be like the other nations, the other heathens that enslaved our people, right? Blind to the fact that you don't know who you are because you're listening to this garbage of the past and even now. And it says here, and you shall be groping at noon as a blind man gropeth in darkness. It's daylight, guys, and you have no clue who you are according to the Bible, and not prosper in your ways. Have we prospered since 1492? And you shall be only oppressed, plundered all days with no one to save you. You know damn well that's been happening to us since 1492 and even till this day. Our children are separated at the border. You don't think I have the same fear? Oh yeah, I got family members that go through the same thing. Same damn thing. Isaiah chapter 1 verse 3. An ox knoweth his owner, and a donkey his master's crib. Israel does not know, my people have not understood. Why? Because you're looking upon the eyes of Europe. Really? The same people that enslaved us?
Modernidad de las urbes. Por otra parte, tenemos a todo este pueblo.
Listen, I didn't bring any rivals up for those guys because honestly, I was just showing who they are. But you guys are our people, our gente. I know what struggle we've been through. So you damn right I'm going to bring scriptures out because those Bibles, that Bible belongs to us. 500 years since we haven't had it. And they were introduced to white man as God. Now all of a sudden, in the last 20 years, supposedly we are Hebrews, and another nation tells us, and they bring another image. About 20 years ago, nobody wanted to be a native. Nobody wanted to be an Aboriginal. No, man. When hip-hop was strong, when NWA was strong, nobody cared about the so-called Hispanic heritage or Native Indian heritage. Nobody. We were spicks, beaners, wetbags, and then, dumb Indians that are in reservations, that are a bunch of alcoholics, and you guys, whatever. You get free money. How is it fair? That's what we hear. Okay, so all of a sudden now, they care for this heritage. Like now we have all of this agenda. Y'all gotta pay attention, man. I've read to y'all, brothers and sisters, a book on propaganda. I'll read it again today once I'm kind of done with my majority of my notes. I'm almost done. Remember, I was doing a comparable, and for the brother that says, "Oh, knowledge, every information, everything," and that's in Romans, by the way. Okay, what was written aforetime was written for our learning. Through patience of the scripture, we might have hope. Okay, so obviously you cannot learn the Bible, nor can you study the Bible, nor can you understand the Bible without historical facts. If you believe only by DNA or Bible, and then you don't actually look at the historical facts, then I don't know I can't help you. You got to look at everything, historical facts. If you care for DNA, sure, why not? Do it. But at the end of the day, the Bible holds precedent to everything. And we have proven it, that we fit all the scriptures, we fit all the curses, our food matches, our clothing matches, our culture matches, our ways match. And I mean, literally, we are still being told nothing about who we are. But yet you have the so-called white man, the so-called black man propagandizing yay or ye or whatever his name is. And then some basketball player. Y'all have it so good. Where's your struggle? Where is your struggle? All I'm saying is, hey, because whenever our people, our gente is getting shot, dying, because that's the class that I'm having in the evening today.
Toma, Vamos a hacerlo esquizo. Disfruto un panorama, el drama sin pantalla plana. El devenir del marketing, un arlequín del Sina y me habla. Duendes y hadas, me apaga la pava, me aclara la rabia importada. Es la peor cruzada. Prostituta con sueños de monja, todavía se moja. Le meto reja hasta con la guata floja. Por las huevas te acomplejas, donde se aloja el mal. Si se te oxida el maxilar en orar el Corán. Ese dolor es temporal, cholaco. Que yo no me llamo Lito y tú no eres polaco. Pero está flaco un día más que peco. Seré guanaco ni huevón en nuco. Suficiente con tu grupo y el muñeco es trapo. Abro cerebro, no los lavo. Al buen entendedor todo le queda claro. Los malos triunfaron, no es de Cristo la codicia por el oro. Las hogueras, los esclavos. Tampoco tanto tarado robando estrado. ¿Quién es el jurado? Tu pecado es el bocado. El predicado estaba equivocado. Ha guardado la paz, vas a pegarla de santa porque la fe es un mercado que está ligado al Estado. Puño que se levanta, queman las llantas, queman la renta. Esa revolución nadie la inventa. Con casi 30 y sigue pensando en ventas. Pura mierda, se encuentra Dios en tus palabras. Las mías son puertas porque me tientas al instinto. Planta que me alimentó, pronto alimento en plantas. Entiendo el ciclo, no paga el circo. Menos de 5 desde ese disco en brinco. No era distinto ni en el intro. Bro, en esta ocasión lo que diga tu mandíbula me llega a la glándula. La farándula no es mi rubro. Mi otro yo te feca en la meca, la métrica, la discoteca. Solo un hipócrita predica poca ética. ¿Y tú qué tal? Oh, bro, en esta ocasión lo que diga tu mandíbula me llega a la glándula. La farándula no es mi rubro. Mi otro yo te feca en la meca, la métrica, la discoteca. Solo un hipócrita predica poca ética. ¿Y tú qué tal? ¿Quieres ser fighter, tener aguante? Que la gente levante la mano al verte, sentirte importante. Pero primero tienes que pararte, pueden golpearte que vas a tener que meterte cepillo por el culo para poder limpiarte los dientes. Te empalagas de la sociedad y sus llagas, en la nada naufraga como una plaga que todo lo traga. ¿Quién eres tú para saber que es prole si no pagas lo que comes? Sigue en tu mundo de anime, si no te me arrimes, tu novela no se eleva al cine. Por más que alucines, patanes son patines, a veces 13 te quieren coser, entonces no camines si no conoces. Si te importa más lo que dicen que lo que haces, posiblemente fracases y termines con frases en alquiler. Sé que no soy líder, tampoco dealer, no soy filler, solo el que escribe por una patria grande. Libre de evangelios, demonios y ogros. Es todo tu odio, cara a cara, cambias de floro. Saco tu esfera, posera de globo. Sin tu odia la crea, faltan ideas. Guardo metáforas aéreas para dejarle tarea por si perreas. Si uno rapea y el que se recursea, el que te marquetea, te pulsea y te pasea. Plaza Bea ya pejamea. A la cana con tu chicha como con Magali. Prospecto de Cipriani, no llegarás ni a Noni. Con tu colita de pony, lo hago con pana y sin company. Mejor pa' ti, falsos MCs morirán en flashes como Lady. Revolucionario, mochilero, séptimo hijo de un obrero. Conoció el amor donde el clero gasta su dinero. Pero soy pordiosero del saber en una torre de Babel. Dejo este papel, único placer post-mortem. Obtén la fama con tu farsa y piensa. El cuarto clavo es tu iglesia. Me recordaron cierta tendencia a perder la elegancia. A tu vacío pasión por popularidad, solo pon un .com, te compraron. Toma, toma, rap sigue siendo un trulo en busca de fósforo. Respiro áspero y caen las máscaras del circo. Mirar dentro de sí, dejando nada entre paréntesis. La dosis de un lápiz psicosomal. Calcomanías atrapadas en calumnias de columnas amarillas. Concubinas y abortistas de categoría. Los mantengo al día. 2008. Resistencia.
Él murió en la cruz por tus pecados y por los míos. Para decirle a nuestro Dios:
hablas pura huel, hablas pura huel.
Y quiero decirte en esta noche:
y te saludan y después a tus espaldas te están tirando. El muñeco es trapo.
Saludos a nuestro para Perú. Pedro voy para la Perú.
No te llamas Lito, yo no soy polaco. Tanto has hablado, comprado.
Bueno, el autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los observa, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Yeah. Oye, nada más y nada menos que el motherfucker para que habla sin Mike. De Playa de Kings. Estos bebés son Big Papo, no sean rebeldes, deja el rebel. Yo no me quede, yo me hospede junto a Belzebú. No me remete, plebe, no soy leve como tú. Si hay algo que no muere, eso es el hip hop. Y para estos pericotes traje una chica perica. Atrás te voy a mostrar como dos monstruos las trafican. No trate ni trepe, solo trote, señorita. Trate que tra, donde la sangre salpica. Se aplica, te explica, replica. ¿Pa' qué? Aplica, practica, suplica, con fe. A mi perro grita, yo lo mataré, lo mataré. Tu madre llora y canta la bandeja, flow peregrina. Chivolo propina, Ina. Hacen base, mejor coja vaselina, no imagina. Mi vida fuera de una esquina, yo solo quiero más chavo pa' comprar más chilindrina. Gira, que somos puros animales rompiéndote todos los cristales. Repete señales que a ti no te sale. ¿Qué pasa, compadre? Somos naturales. Voy a llenar todas las editoriales. Rate de mi huevo pa' los tribunales. Tú eres un antianal, yo experto en artesanales. Yeah, se me apaga la cimaita, sopló.
Terco 92 B09 está en la casa, barrio. Escucha bien. Así se hace, Yo. Tengo problemas de actitud y poca paciencia. Hablo si me da la gana, nadie me silencia. No quieren aceptar que pa' muchos soy influencia. La voz de los barrios que llega a tocar tu conciencia. Yo sé que muchos quieren llegar a ser tendencia y hacen lo que sea sin pensar en las consecuencias. Es la diferencia, yo mantengo mi esencia y ustedes por pegar han cambiado hasta de apariencia. Y no es que lo diga yo, pero la gran evidencia es que cambian de personalidad con frecuencia. Y no son locos con inteligencia, solo quieren un poco de atención con insistencia. No presumo en nada, hago todo a mi conveniencia. Por eso te doy una sugerencia. Conmigo no busquen competencia, que llevo 10 años ganándole a la vida y lo sabe la audiencia. La firme, qué ocurrencia, ¿cómo pueden joder sin prudencia? No se dan cuenta que mi experiencia es a base de exigencia. Mi trabajo es con independencia y el de otros de un productor depende su permanencia. Sigo firme en la resistencia, dándole más rap en el track hasta por correspondencia. Que muchos disques evolucionaron, no es coincidencia. El dinero y la fama hizo que pierdan su decencia. Terco 92, cuando quieras, donde quieras.
¿Cómo? Sí.
sobrevivir de las maldades, comprendiendo que nada es como tú sabes. Va a decir verdad, la lucho a diario. No me critiques, no me justifico, siempre hago lo que predico. Soy de barrio y rico en talento. De una me sacan por mi forma de ser y mi acento en el yauca. Mi gente le está rompiendo por ser parte de este movimiento. Quiero saludar a las personas que nunca confiaron en mí, que hoy por hoy se paltean cuando me ven venir. Bye bye motherfuckers en estas líneas. Bye bye a fluir. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Yo. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, yeah. Hey. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 es la torita aquí en la casa, primo.
Bueno.
All right, check this out, fam. I'm still with a cold, so this is actually for those brothers or sisters that are new to this channel. Let me read this to you. I'm going to play a short video, and then I'm going to play the actual class. This is from a book called by Brian Madden, The Way It Should Be Taught, The True History of Blacks in America, 1492-1700. Today is February 18, 2014, okay? I'm sorry, February 18, 2024, my bad. It's 2:14 my time. It reads on page 11. The Islamic Moors also expanded and created societies in southern Europe. Actually, no. Of course, you have to look at the type of environment of the times. The Moors, like every culture of the day, in parentheses it says, including the Native Americans, considered slavery as the institution that provided bodies for work, which was the opportunity of circumstances, not as it was believed later on here in America, as unnatural and unhuman or based on one's skin color, meaning that they were doing this from the get-go. Slavery isn't new to black or white folks. As time went on, as Africans were brought to the Iberian Peninsula and worked as slaves in occupations of servitude by the native Spanish and the Islamic Moors, their offspring, pay attention, because this relates to my class about the sheep hear my voice. It says here, their offspring, interracially mixed with Spanish blood, began to increase in population. The local inhabitants of the area of Spain and Portugal termed this new younger population called Ladinos, like Latinos, but Ladinos. Simply put, there were considered Africanized Latinos who then served with their communities as soldiers, sailors, explorers, black conquistadors, and voluntary or involuntary colonists in the New World. Voluntary colonists. Now, in case you guys don't know this, but AMLO Obrador, he wrote a book called Gracias, and in that book, he calls out that lady that's running for presidency. She says that she tries to be a native, but that her descendants are Latinos. Okay, now, that's a very important point because that has to do with this here. So let me play this. This you guys heard of this? Well, we have showed you some channels of some classes on this. This guy here did something real quick. It's 5 minutes. Then I'm gonna jump into class because it connects. It's all connecting, family. All right, so let's listen in to this Let's listen in.
The whole world must see that Israel must exist and has the right to exist and is one of the great outposts of democracy in the world.
My Jewish brothers and sisters said to me amid anti-Semitism anywhere, and we don't need your support, but would still take a stand against anti-Semitism because it's wrong, it's unjust, and it's evil.
I'm not here because I'm your mayor. I've been in Israel as a state senator. I protected the community of this city in general, but specifically the Jewish community as a police officer. I stood with you as borough president. And now I'm here today to say not only am I the chief executive of this city, but I'm your brother. I'm your brother. Your fight is my fight. That swastika not only displays the pain of anti-Semitism, it displays the pain of racism among African Americans. You marched with us with Dr. King. You stood with us with all the fights we have. And I'm saying we're going to stand with you and stay united together. And we don't have to be all right. We should be angry at what we saw. Thank you, Israel.
And I must say that I am indebted to the legacy of Dr. King and the work of the King Center. There I learned about how Black Americans and Jewish Americans and people of many faiths linked arms together, went to jail together, sacrificed their lives together, and achieved historic victories together for civil rights.
I went on to Amazon Prime. I was like, you know what, let me see if there are any documentaries on Yahweh. So went in the search bar, typed in Yahweh, that came up. Went out and shared it on my platform. That was my night.
My journey's not gonna stop whether the person watching this forgives me or not. I'm still gonna, hopefully, through this process, be on the right side of history and bring people closer together.
The Black Jewish Entertainment Alliance aims to combat racism and anti-Semitism through open dialogue and education.
So, you know, it's most of the hate against Black and Jewish people is from white supremacists.
We don't have a Jewish problem. Our problem is not religion. And that's my answer. I've answered that many times in many interviews. White supremacists will try to get you to deflect away from white supremacy and start talking about Jews did this, it's really Jewish supremacy, it's that, it's this. So the thing is, our problem is systematic white supremacy. It's not Jewish supremacy, it's not the Illuminati and all that.
Very tragic and sad, and Moses married a Black woman. Zipporah was darker, so yeah, we have these traditions from a very long time ago.
And I think I love that about Black men. Black men don't seem to have these standards of women have to be this skinny, and you know, who the hell do these white men think they are anyway? So you know what, white women, you get to a certain age, go after a Black guy.
That's the answer to your problem.
That's the answer. You know what? Forget about these white men. You know what? They don't appreciate you the way you are. Go after a Black man. They're a lot more loving.
There is a growing effort in Detroit to bring these groups closer together.
We met at a 100-year-old former synagogue turned Black church. So this building is the intersection between Detroit's Jewish community and Black community, right?
We are very much alike, and the division that is trying to be created is not cool. And we need to be working together. We need to be learning from each other. We need to be sharing experiences. That is so important. Do your research. I study so many different types of religion. Judaism resonated with me the most. Everyone is included. I get really emotional about it because it's where my soul feels the happiest.
Matrilineally, Bob's grandmother, Ellen Bloomfield, was a Syrian Jew. I have this from Norville's side of the family. It's been run by Ziggy and Sedella, the daughter, not the mother. Why would they lie?
We had what has come to be known as the Black Jewish Alliance. This group of people used the situation in the South to radicalize Black people, to turn them into the revolutionary avant-garde that was intended to overthrow the government of the United States. The culmination of this was the Civil Rights Movement. The government got involved and began funding violent groups. Sergeant Shriver, head of one of the government offices of the War on Poverty, gave $1 million to a gang in Chicago known as the Blackstone Rangers. What you have is the rise of this revolutionary spirit among the Black groups spread out throughout the Black community. 67, Harold Cruz, a professor of Black Studies at the University of Michigan, writes a book called The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual, in which he recounts his experience as a communist in Harlem. And he says basically the Jews used this.
So you got a point. All we revealed, you don't have to agree with him. You know, he's brought and exposed that aspect of them. He was even surprised. I guess he's from Europe. You know, he is because of his accent. He was surprised that the so-called Africans with the American experience here that they have such a thing as access to Freemasonry or the Boulets or anything like that. You see, even us, we were not aware of any of that, but apparently so-called black folks did. So that's why I wanted to show that video, because it's going to connect with this Willie Lynch letter that never was mailed. The Willie Lynch is a lie. And then I'm going to show you a book that actually connects the Negroes and the Jews. And how this is all, it's all being exposed now. And I'm going to tell you this right now. They're so cool at saying, oh, they're the people of the Bible, but never do they even consider what we've been through and are still going through 500 years in a continent that they're not from. But yet they can sit here and say in our face, this is their soap opera. Let's find out who they really are.
Come on, fam. All praises, man. All praises. Hope y'all doing well. Shalom, shalom. Good to see y'all here on a Friday again. Appreciate you here, whoever you are. I see Rick, my brother. Shalom. Solomé, ¿qué hubo, hermano? These are my hermanos mayores right here, bro. Praises for you guys appreciating and taking the time to listen to me. And whoever you are that's hiding behind the curtains. Today, family, it's going to be, well, I think every class is important, right? But today is going to be, yeah, all praises to the Most High, man. I appreciate the Father for what he does. I mean, it's amazing. You know, my wife and I were talking about this before I start the class. First of all, I want to thank the Father more than anything, right, for making this happen. More than anything. For allowing this class, this channel to continue for us, and, you know, Lord willing, we still get edified. So that first and foremost, all right? And for the understanding of the Messiah, of what he did for us, to open up the actual doors to wisdom, because we were lacking it, quite frankly. Just sticking to the Old Testament, we were lacking it. Anyhow, so with all that said, I was having a conversation with my wife, and, you know, we've come a long way, man. This life has been a movie, and that's why I'm so impressed, but at the same time, I'm not, of how the Most High works. So anyways, without further ado, let's see who's here. Oh, that's right. Give me a second. So what I'm gonna do, fam, is I'm gonna post a link, okay? But I would appreciate it if you guys wait a little bit, and I'll post it later too. I want to get into the class because it's going to be. I don't believe anybody, and I don't want to take credit for it. I'm not saying it in that way, but I don't think anyone has ever touched on this the way I'm going to do it. I don't think they even consider it, because this is going to affect a lot of people. There are a lot of people out here that have fallen into the propaganda of the beast. This is an amazing beast that we live among. And let me start off the scripture with this. Let me start the class with this word, with this verse, okay? So Habakkuk 1:5, it says, "Behold ye among the heathen, and regard," he's talking to Israel, "and wonder marvelously, for I will work a work in your days, which ye will not believe, though it be told to you." It says, "Then the Lord said to his people, keep watching the nations around you," right? Look at what they're doing. "And you will be astonished at what you see." Remember, family, that okay, so I'm gonna pause for a second. I want to say something before I continue. Let me highlight this. I've come to realize, fam, that no matter what we do, right? No matter what class we bring, we are never going to achieve it with one video. This is a big animal, a huge beast that we're fighting against. And quite frankly, after you see this today, you're gonna know that everything is a lie. You're gonna have to question everything now. from this point moving forward, because I've sent enough classes to give you guys enough hints of who these people are. And I was amazed by what I saw. So let's continue. So this is for the sheep that hear my voice. You understand that? For the sheep that hear my voice, they're going to understand what I'm going to share today. And that's all it's going to be now. Quite frankly, family, we're at the stage of repentance. Unlike what everybody's asking for, we're not in that moment. We are in the stage of repentance. Whatever we do, that is our focus. Watch this. Let's continue. It says, and you, okay, it goes. Then the Lord said to his people, keep watching the nations around you, and you will be astonished at what you see. I'm going to do something that you will not believe when you hear about it. So you're like, when you read that scripture, you don't think much of it. Like, well, what's going to be, huh? What can be so surprising that we haven't seen? Let me go to Sirach 19. Let's start the class. All right. Sirach 19. I'm going to go through scriptures and I'm going to show you guys something and I'm going to bring some books out. Sirach 19:18. Let's go to Sirach 19:18 and it reads like this. It says, first of all, so I want to make sure I present this to you guys first. All right. The understanding of the scriptures do not come without this verse. Sirach 19:18. The fear of the Lord is the first step to be accepted of him. It's that easy. The fear of the Lord is the first step to be accepted of him. And wisdom obtained his love. Now, remember what it says, the fear is the first step. So if you don't understand what fear I'm talking about, then it's going to go over your head. Because that's exactly what I think is happening, family. No matter what we present, even if it's plainly clear to them, they don't care. There's a bigger agenda going on, fam. Yeah, even the demons tremble, man. There's a bigger agenda going on. So what our job is to continue to push and beg for salvation, quite frankly, because I'm blown away by what I found. And I'm not hyping it up, fam. I'm out of words for this. So I'm kind of looking forward to this class. I was looking forward to it most of the week because I wanted to start early, but the Most High is like, nah, man, let it meditate. And I got more information as I was waiting. So Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 9. So keep this in mind, family. The fear of the Lord is the first step, okay, to be accepted of him. And then wisdom comes in. All right. So keep that in mind. So it says here, Jeremiah 1:8. Watch this. Be not afraid of their faces. Oh, no, hold on. Yeah. Be not afraid of their faces, for I am with thee to deliver thee, saith the Lord. So let me read this again. Be not afraid of their faces, for I am with thee to deliver thee, saith the Lord. Then the Lord put forth his hand and touched my mouth. And the Lord said unto me, behold, I have put my words in thy mouth. See, I have this day set thee over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out and to pull down and to destroy and to throw down and to build and to plant. You see, this isn't a physical, actual process. This is all mental, family. This is all spiritual right here, what I'm talking about, okay? Because there's nothing that's going to allow me to help you pull these things down. Our physical powers are not going to be possible in this situation, this captivity that we're in. It's gonna be tough, fam. Let me go to Ephesians 6. Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12, because this is the bottom line. And I mean, when you read this scripture, there's one thing of reading it. There's one thing of chewing on it, meditating on it. But there's another thing when you actually see it. Like when the Most High presents all the sufficient empirical data, they say, to prove that it is really what Habakkuk 1:5 says. Like, you're going to be amazed at what you're going to find. That's why Ephesians 6:11 says, put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able. Let me see, did I go to 10? Nah. Well, shoot, I actually should have started at 12. Now let's start at 10. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. Which wiles? Not actual one-on-ones, not physical ones, family. This is beyond what you're going to believe in. I mean, beyond what we understood. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Now, this to me, family, when I found out about this so-called letter, I knew at this moment that this really is what it meant. This is what it really means. It's what it really, really means. So you have to put on the whole armor, first of all. And I mean everything, fam. And the armor is the scriptures. Don't get that wrong. The armor is the scriptures. The history of the Bible. You're supposed to put fear before anything. So then the wisdom comes in. And this is how you put on the whole armor. Because we're not gonna, man. We're already wrestling with principalities and powers. We're already doing that. And a lot of you guys have no clue that you're doing it right now, that you're doing it. Wherefore, take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day. Remember, family, sometimes you got to look at these things in parables, right? So the Most High sees one day for us, 1,000 years, one day for him. Not necessarily saying it in this sense here, but you got to be mindful of it. That ye may be able to withstand the evil day, having done all to stand. Let me see, Psalms 91. Do you have a verse for that, bro? If you do, because I can't read the whole chapter. Let me see, Psalms 91. My refuge. Oh, yeah, you're right. You know what? Let me save that for last. I'll save it for last, man. I'll save it for last. Let me see if I can remember, okay? If I have time, I'll save it for last. Let me see. That's actually a good chapter too. All right? I'll praise it, bro. But let me go back to where I was at. Yeah, because that may not keep me where I need to go. But I appreciate you. Give me a second. Ephesians 6. All right? It says here, verse 13, wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand the evil day, and having done all to stand. That's why, and I'm going to continue. Look, it says, stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth, meaning your belly, right? Like you wrap yourself around like a belt, for so to speak. Having your loins girt about with truth, meaning you are completely armored with just scriptures, history, understanding, wisdom, how to deal with people, how to deal with yourself. Just overall, family, having your loins girt up about the truth, meaning the scriptures, and having the breastplate of righteousness, the actual laws. This is what's going to protect you against what we're going to be facing, what we're facing right now. Man, I'm talking a little soft because I believe there's a lot of noise outside, so I don't want to create more noise, okay? 2 Corinthians 10:4, it says, for the weapons of warfare, you ever see it again, are not carnal, but mighty through God, to the pulling down of strongholds, casting down imaginations, and every high thing that exalted itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of the Messiah. So that's what I am trying to do, family. Let me read it again. For the weapons of warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. So now our job is to cast these imaginations down, no matter who it is, no matter who exalts themselves, regardless of it, and every high thing that exalted itself against the knowledge of God, because we know damn well at this very moment that, well, me personally, and hopefully you see it after this class, that everything almost everything you're going to read is, you got to just watch out. I'm just going to let the class speak. Casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalted itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. All right. Now, let me get through these scriptures because I actually do have to read some material. And I'm going to try to finish this fast, man. I'm not going to be too long here, okay? Matthew 16:24, watch what it reads. Then said Jesus unto his disciples, then said the Messiah unto his disciples, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. So keep that in mind, family. If you are really about this truth, you're going to have to dig deep into these things, and you're going to have to find stuff, and you're going to have to bring it to the light. And it's going to hurt a lot of people's feelings. And maybe people will hate you. And I'm pretty sure they're going to, I'm pretty sure they're going to create a bunch of stuff if they get to see this. They're going to say I'm a liar and a racist, so to speak. 1 Corinthians 3:5, it says, now, the reason I'm going fast is because I want to get to the material, but I'm trying to give you guys scriptures to kind of get walk you with me, or have you walk with me. So it says here, 1 Corinthians 3:4, for while one saith, I am Paul, and another, I am Apollos, are ye not carnal? Who then is Paul, and who is Apollos? But ministers by whom ye believe, even as the Lord gave to every man. Then Paul says, I have planted, Apollos watered, but God gave the increase. So I'm going to show you guys today. I'm not here to make anybody believe, man. At all. At all. So now we're going to watch a video here real quick. Okay. Yeah, they hated him first. Watch this video real quick. We're going to start off.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce.
All right, so this video is about, 12 minutes, right? And we're not going to watch it all the way. We're going to watch it up to here. Okay? About a minute and 52. All right, so, sorry. This is a 12-minute video, but we're not going to watch the 12-minute video, okay? We're going to run for like about a minute and change. I want you guys to hear this message because it is as real as it gets, okay? Let's begin.
And the lie has, in fact, led us so far away from a normal society that you cannot even orient yourself any longer. In its dense, gray fog, not even one pillar can be seen. Lying has always been used for political purposes. Lies cover up corruption, past mistakes, and hidden motives, and they are an essential ingredient in political campaigning. Sometimes, however, political lies take on a much more sinister form. The lies become all-encompassing, embrace all aspects of life, and infect every corner of society. This occurrence is a sign that totalitarianism may be rising, for as the political philosopher Hannah Arendt noted, totalitarianism, at its essence, is an attempt at transforming reality into fiction. It is the attempt of corrupt and pathological state actors to impose a fictional account of the world onto the entire population. In Nazi Germany, it was the idea of a superior race and an unclean people that formed the big lie. In the Soviet Union, it was the belief that state communism could work and that all could be made equal. And from the big lie trickled down a stream of endless little lies. Referring to communist Russia, Alexander Solzhenitsyn wrote, "In our country, the lie has become not just a moral category, but a pillar of the state." Describing Czechoslovakia under Soviet rule, Václav Havel similarly explained, "Life in the system is so thoroughly permeated with hypocrisy and lies. Because the regime is captive to its own lies, it must falsify everything. It falsifies the past, it falsifies the present, and it falsifies the future. It falsifies statistics."
Okay, fam. So, and again, you know what? I don't know if brothers understand how important this class is. I presented this and I sent the link to you, brothers, man. Honestly, if you guys aren't working, you should at least be listening because this is an important class, man. I don't know how to tell you this. Look, I brought this up because technically the system is this way. Life in the system is so thoroughly permeated with hypocrisy and lies because the regime is captive to its own lies. So once a liar, always a liar, right? And once you create a lie, you can't get around that lie. So then you create a bunch of other lies to make up that first lie. So then it just becomes a bunch of falsified information, just like it must falsify everything. It falsifies the past, it falsifies the present, and it falsifies the future. And it falsifies statistics. So now, why am I reading it falsifies the past, the present, and the future? Because that's what happens here. That's what exactly happened here, family. So let me show you this in case you guys forgot, and I might have not touched on it. But the class is called, let me see. Where are you at? Oh, that's right. Where did I put it? Thumbnail. Oh, that's right. I did it from the tablet. So the letter that never was, or I should say, the letter that is never real. The Willie Lynch letter. Family, I'm going to show you guys that this book is a blatant lie. This book right here, the Willie Lynch letter and Making of a Slave. They have lied to you, family. So in order to create the future, you got to create a past. And the only way to create a future in the past is by falsifying everything. Now, I know you guys are going to think I'm lying, but we're not. So let's go through this here. Watch this. I may get boring on you guys, but oh well. You either get it or you get it. You don't, man. I'm not here to convince anybody, bro. Straight up. Now at this point, it's really about that. It's no more. There's no need to beg you guys, man. There's no need to say, oh, you guys got to wake up to the truth. I don't care anymore. It doesn't matter to me anymore. You want to know why? Because it's either the Most High is calling your asses or he ain't calling you guys. Because quite frankly, that's what it comes down to, okay? That's what it really comes down to. There's nothing that there's not one class, family, that's going to convince people. Not one class. These people are done. They're I don't know. I don't think their spirit is going to be able to wake up from this. I don't believe so. I don't believe it, fam. We got family members in there, in these rooms, in these stupid cams, GMS, IOIC, all of them use this book. Scholars use this book. Teachers use this book. Professors, movies, directors. I'm going to show you how this book is a lie. But first, let's go here, because I don't think you guys understand this. You see, the reason why I said this, how the Most High puts this walk, man, like, how did he know? Like, he knew, hey, listen, I want you to learn about this so that when you find it, it's going to be easy for you to understand. Well, when I was younger, I was a computer tech. I went to get certified in computer networking, okay? I didn't have no job. I didn't really have schooling. I just took a trade. Oh, your whole year. I got my cert. So check this out. I know this. Watch this. The web before the web. A look at Gopher. Now, I don't know if you guys who know what Gopher is or who Gopher is, but there's called the Gopher server, okay? So let's get a history here. Before the rapid growth of the World Wide Web in the 90s, a protocol called Gopher briefly made internet easy to use by combining the world's only resources. Here's what made it special and why it was quickly eclipsed by the web. What is a Gopher? Gopher is a client-server directory system that launched in 1991. Remember these days that I give you. It allowed people to quickly browse sources on the internet. When you use Gopher client, you would see a hierarchical menu of links that either led you to documents, television applications, FTP sites, or other Gopher servers. You could also search across Gopher space to find documents instead of hunting through FTP servers one by one. So for example, for you guys that know about archive.org, that's one example. This server, Gopher, would search through that site, other sites, several sites, and it was a network. So there's a hub, the gopher, and then all of us would connect to this gopher, and through our network would share files. You'd find files that I would upload. You'd find files that I would upload. Okay? So there's a reason why I'm bringing this up. Don't think that this is the reason I'm giving you an understanding of the root of this lie. Okay? So in 1990, this program was launched. A lot of you guys don't know about this. Okay? That's how you get AOL and all that concept too. It came from these things. All right? It was a search engine in a sense. Now, a group of programmers, yada, 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 yada. Okay? So it was basically like, it looked like this. The Gopher client. It was the old DOS program. In case you guys remember this screen back in school, yeah, we are a little older. So you guys that are like in your 20s, 30s, you got no idea what the hell this is. So, you know, that's when you're out there so-called teaching and you think you know, shut up. You guys are kids. You guys don't know anything. I don't care what you guys think you know. You don't know. You don't know. And you're sitting here telling grown-ups that actually do study that you know more than them, yet we've lived longer than you. Just stupidity. Just because you memorize a couple of verses, whatever. DOS program, that's what it used to be, right? So anyhow, that's the server concept of the gopher. So now, what does this have to do with the class? I'm going to show you something. So, and remember, family, the fear of the Lord is the first step for him to accept you and for him to bless you with wisdom, because that's really the bottom line. Now, here goes right here. And you guys can look up these links. I'm just showing you examples of what the Gopher is. Gopher was a competitor of the early World Wide Web, differing in the simpler, more structured interface. The flexibility of HTML, you guys are familiar with it, led to the World Wide Web eclipsing Gopher. And today, few people are aware of the Gopher even existed. Gopher, however, Gopher has not, however, entirely vanished, and over 100 Gopher servers will still provide access to blah, blah, blah. And here goes right here. So it's like you have to type in the ULR. The website that they have it. So you can look for statistics, development, blah, blah, blah. So this is what a server that was used at one point before the internet was launched fully. Okay? Now, you guys are going to probably be confused by who had access to this. Well, guess what? There was only certain people that had access to this. Let me see this real quick. Not everybody did. Now, watch this real quick. Let me see if it's here. So now, let's see. Hold on. Give me a second. All right. So now, this Gopher thing, right? What does this Gopher have to do with the Willie Lynch letter? All right. So now, let's read. This is what it has to do with the Willie Lynch letter, okay? It says, the Willie Lynch letter, also known as the Willie Lynch speech, also known as the Willie Lynch letter, is an address purportedly delivered by the William Lynch or Willie Lynch to an audience on the banks of James River in Virginia of 1712. Now, you that have following this class, you guys understand, and hopefully you got eyes and you're starting to see these things like, James River, Virginia? Like King James? 1712. Regarding control of slaves with the colony in recent years, it has been widely exposed as a hoax. I wonder why. Watch this. The letter purports to the verbatim accounts of a short speech given by a slave owner in which he tells the other slave masters, hold on. Says, which he tells other slave masters that he has discovered the secret, the controlling black slaves by setting them up against one another. The document has been printed since, watch this, the document has been in print since 1970, or at least 1970. Remember these years that I'm giving you guys, fam, okay? Remember these years. But first gained widespread notice in 1990s. I wonder why. When it appeared on the internet, which is private pathways. And if you read here, the Journal of American History, yada, 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 it talks about the Gopher server. The document has been in print, since then, it has often been promoted as an authentic account of slavery during the 18th century. Though its inaccuracies and anachronisms have led historians to conclude that it is a hoax. Why is that, family? Why do you think they think that? Now, check this out. Forward attached to some online versions of the speech credit the narrator's name as a source of the term lynching and lynch laws. So they base lynching off these books, despite the narrator specifically advocating against lynching. So even in the book, it says, don't lynch these guys, but then they relate it to lynching. A man named Willie Lynch did indeed claim to have originated the term during the American Revolution War. But check this out. But he was born in 1742. The book was supposedly written in 1712. 30 years after the alleged delivery of the speech, a document published in the Southern Literary Messenger in 1836 that proposed William Lynch as the originator of the lynch law may have been a hoax perpetrated by Edgar Allan Poe. A better document, early use of the term lynch law, comes from Charles Lynch, a Virginia Justice of the Peace and Militia officer during the Revolutionary War. American Revolution, I'm sorry. Now, watch this, family. Who used this term? So, Nation of Islam, Farrakhan, quoted the speech in 1995, Million Man March. The speech was quoted during the first inauguration of George Bush. The speech, it was also quoted in the movie The Animal. The famous Great Debater. Type Kali, Exhibit, Kendrick Lamar, Raekwon, Nas, British rapper, Dirty Goods, Willie Lynch Theory, Berkeley rapper, Little B, hip hop artist, Haiti One. Now, we got a little history of this whole thing, right? Let me show you something here. Why does this matter? Why does it matter, fam? Everything matters. If you're going to say that this is the purpose and the reason of slavery mentality, and you have professors, teachers, movie stars, movie directors, rappers, singers, schools, churches, camps, BHIs, Black Hebrew Israelites, FOPI, GMS, Nate the Snake, IUIC, ISUPK, all of them use this book. Jim Crow Museum. You guys can look it up. jimcrowmuseum.ferez.edu. Okay? It's a good source. Is Willie Lynch letter real? If it is real, it's one of the most important documents related to African Americans. If it is real. The answer, there are many problems with this document, not the least of which is the fact that it's absolutely fake. I long ago stopped listening to sentences that began with the problem with black people is, and end with, and others with why black people can't get ahead now, and which partly explains my initial indifference to the now famous William Lynch speech. So I'm going to read this and then I'm going to show you something else. In a few years since the speech on how to train slaves first appeared, it has been cited by countless college students. Okay? Countless college students and a black member of the House of Representatives. Along the way, becoming the essential verbal footnote in barbershop analysis of what's wrong with black people. The rapper Talib Kweli laments on the song Know That Blacks Are Dying, How to Make a Slave by Willie Lynch is still applying. One professor at a university in Midwestern University made the speech required reading for her class. And one, I'm sorry, let me read that again. And one professor at a Midwestern University made the speech required reading for her class. Of late, the frequency of its citation seems to be increasing. At least some people have asked me about it in the last month. According to the speech preface, Master Lynch was concerned enough with the fortunes of his slaveholding brethren in American colonies to present a lecture on the banks of James River, explaining how to keep unruly servants disunited. The old argued should be pitted against young, the dark against the light, the male against the female, and so on. Such the unifying tactics will control the slave for at least 300 years. He says, as a historian, I'm generally skeptical of smoking guns. Historical work, like forensic science, isn't some flashy field. It depends on painstaking aggregation of facts that leads to researchers to the most likely explanation, but rarely the only one. Now, excuse me, slavery was an incredible complex set of social, economic, and legal relations that literally boiled down to black and white. But given the variation of this size of farms, number of slaves workers, regions, crops grown, law, gender ratio, religion, and local economy, it is unlikely that a single letter could explain the slave policy for at least 151 years of the institution and its ramifications to the present day, considering the limited number of exact sources of 18th century. If this speech has been discovered, it would have been the subject of incessant historical panels, scholarly articles, and debates. It would have literally been a career-making find. But the letter never discovered. I'm sorry, but the letter was never discovered. Rather, it simply appeared on the internet. Listen, family, listen. And I know that maybe some of you guys don't understand the magnitude of this finding. But there's only, three people watching. 3 people watching, fam. Only 6 views. I've come to realize, and excuse my language, but you guys, and not the brothers that are watching, but you guys don't give a fuck about the Bible. Straight up. You guys don't care. You black Americans don't care about the Bible. You don't care about God. You are falling for this lie. You use this book. To confuse, to confound people, to get empathy for you. You guys knew better. This is your book, and you knew you found this information. See, black Americans, family, I'm sorry to tell you, you guys fucking knew what I found is true, but you guys never said anything. You so-called researchers, where are these researchers, family? Considering the limited number of extant sources from the 18th century, if this speech had been discovered, it would have been the subject of incessant historical panels. They use it as a tax write-off and to make money. Straight up. If this speech had been discovered, ma'am, I already told y'all. There's a link. There's a link. Somebody prove to me that I'm lying. Where are you guys at? I keep finding fake shit about you guys. I realize that all of this is a lie. We're not even, dude, we're like 50 minutes in and I'm probably halfway through. It says, if this speech had been discovered, here, let me do this, ma'am. Let me do this. Go, hold on, all right? Hold on. Give me a second. All right, here goes. So again, let's continue. It says, if it had been discovered, it would have been used in high debate. Hey, shalom, bro. It would have literally been a career-making find. But the letter was never discovered. Rather, it was simply appeared on the internet, bypassing, watch this, the official historical circuits and making its way directly into the canon of American racial conspiratoria. So what? Remember the Gopher server, right? So apparently, at that time, there was a lot of people that with a PhD could have access to these servers. So at that time, people with PhDs, what they were doing was they were scanning like archives.org, right? They were scanning a bunch of material, a bunch of books, scanning them. And this librarian basically said that nobody really gave her the source of it, that the person didn't want to be exposed, or just not, they just didn't have a source, but they uploaded it because she said in her mind, well, and this is facts, like you can look it up, and I think I'm gonna probably read it. Well, you know, it only seemed logical considering the state of the African Americans. In 1990, though, see, you guys don't forget, in 1990, so now, this so-called book, material, whatever, it was around 1970, okay? Supposedly, my camera died. Okay, cool, sounds good. It was around 1970, okay? And around 1970 is when you first hear it. And it became popular in 1990, but that's when you see the Gopher server. So somebody uploaded this material. Nobody knows where it came from. Now, they did say that it came from some particular area. But when you actually see the book for what it reads, and this is what caught my attention, fam, okay? Because I was going through some stuff, I ain't gonna lie. And I don't know, man, I ain't gonna lie, I almost picked up, okay? And, you know, the Most High had me in his plan this whole time. So I'm walking around in my living room, you know, I'm kind of stressing out. So I just grabbed this random book. You know, and it happened to be the Willie Lynch. And I haven't read that in a long time. And as I started reading it, I noticed certain things about this book. You see, fam, when you read often and you read a variety of books, you find out a different style of writing, the style of the century, it progressed. So as I'm reading this book, it's not making sense to me anymore, because I'm like, wait a minute. I start catching names and dates and particular people, and then it's like, this is not making sense. And all of a sudden, I totally forgot about my urge to drink. But the Most High then started giving me some information. So let's read here. This is from .chnm.gmu.ed, okay? Digital history. All right, so we're going to read right here. So it says, some documents found on the web are, in fact, not real documents at all. At least 3 web pages promise the voice of Eugene Debs, but the recording is actually that of Leon Spencer, who recorded one of Debs' speeches around 1905. Now, more than 24 different websites offer versions of what they call the Willie Lynch speech of 1712. Remember, fam, 1970, remember that day. 1990, remember that day. 1712, remember this day, okay? In which British slave owners from the West Indies allegedly advised Virginia slave owners to control slaves through a strategy of divide and rule. Sometimes the sites add an introduction supposedly written by Frederick Douglass, but it was never confirmed. Others falsely describe Lynch as the source of the word lynching, despite the site's repeated assurance about the speech's authenticity. Internal evidence readily betrays its 20th century origins. Watch why. The language it incorporates. That's my point. When you're used to reading, you start catching these things. Now it says, to be sure, a careful search of the web also turns up evidence that the dubious origin of the Lynch speech, still, those sites that take the speech entirely at face value overwhelm the web source that dispute it. You see? Basically saying no matter what we bring to the table, they're telling us, no, you're a liar. I don't care. It's not true. No, that's not true. I don't care. I believe in the book. It's the Bible for them. This book is a Bible for the Black Americans. Okay? This is your Bible. You've used this book for 50, I don't know, I'm sorry, for 20 years, or since the 30s. You publicize it with music, with movies, and no source has been confirmed. Then it says here, let's see, anyone who simply searches the Willie Lynch on the web would be more than 10 times likely to find evidence of the speech authenticity than information that casts doubt. But the web is a unique way it offers entry to the world of information and misinformation, in which most people operate, and allows us to consider the significance and spread of such urban legends as the Willie Lynch speech.
Bruh.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Which are originally transmitted as such an event as in the 1995 Million Man March or the 2001 inaugural I'm sorry, man. What the hell is wrong with me? Inaugural protest. The web itself cannot be blamed for misinformation or misrepresentation. The Lynch speech, in fact, appeared in print as early as 1990. Appeared as early as 1990, okay? And it says, as early as where you at? There's at 1990. The web increases our access to documents, information, both spurious and authentic, both better or worse. The virtual archives of the web distinguish itself from traditional libraries and archives by the discriminating inclusions of the best or worst that had been known and said. Despite the abundant misinformation available online, the internet is, somewhat paradoxically, a superb source for basic factual research, especially when used by those who are carefully to determine source quality. My own rendering of the Willie Lynch story comes entirely from research on its online sources. Although I have a substantial reference library at home, I now do most of my historical fact-checking on the web. I can find correct spellings, birthdays, battle death, and election results in online sources more quickly and more accurately than in most standard reference books. The key caveat, of course, is careful to determine source quality. But most professional historians, and probably most advanced history students and most sophisticated general readers, possess this skill. So if they possess this skill, why didn't they confirm it? Because look, fam, we know now this year, okay? I read this to you guys before. This was uploaded in the Gopher server by some stranger. Nobody knows who. Okay? Where is it at? I had it here. Give me a second. A librarian to upload it. Well, I'll probably touch it eventually. Okay? So anyhow, but once this was uploaded in the server and nobody knows who it's from, nobody knows who the actual author is, nobody really knows when it was really published, or nobody has the original of the 1712 book. Nobody. No one. Not a single soul. However, once this book came out of nowhere, only certain people got a hold of it. Remember, family, this is principalities and powers, man. Y'all got to start waking up in that way. Nation of Islam, Farrakhan, George Bush, Malcolm X, Denzel Washington, and then all these rappers. So I'm going to tell you something, fam. Who's in charge of the media? Who's in charge of these movies? Who writes these movies? Who puts them? And who's acting on these movies? I'm gonna give you one example, because look, man, you guys forget about the title in this class. Well, not the title, but the what I like to say. I may have to move this back and forth, but remember the title says facts tell, stories sell. Facts tell, stories sell. So whoever tells the best story usually gets away with the crime. Okay? Let's watch this, because this is where it's going out. I'm going to give you guys a little history, okay? So now we know that in 1990, this book came out of nowhere. It was used in 1970. All right? Supposedly written in 1712. Now, this person here, who he's acting like or as, is a Harvard professor in 1932. And he quotes this book in that movie And they base this off a true story. The Great Debater supposedly is a true story. And they quote this book in this story, supposedly in 1932, but nobody ever heard of it until 1970. And it wasn't even really acknowledgeable until 1990. And then when we look in the book, you're going to find out that there's more discrepancies that makes you, things that make you go, But again, to me, now we know, family, you have to create a history to make y'all look like the people of the book. That's what you're doing, Canaan. You are trying to make your history. You are creating your history as we move along. There's only two people here, two nations of people, family, that are claiming to be the Jews. Two nations of people. Nobody else. The so-called Israeli and the so-called black men of America. No one else is trying to do that. Let's watch.
Tell us about your father.
Why don't you tell us something about your father?
We're trying to get to know each other, Mr. Lowe.
I was trying to get to know you, Mr. Tolson.
Well, I'm not the one on the debate team.
Are we not engaged in a debate right now?
All right. I'll take the affirmative. Take the meanest, most restless nigger. Strip him of his clothes in front of the remaining male niggers, female niggers, and nigger infants. Tar and feather him. Tie each leg to a horse facing in opposite direction, set him on fire, and beat both horses until they tear him apart in front of the male, female, and nigger infants. Bullwhip and beat the remaining nigger males within an inch of their life. Do not kill them, but put the fear of God in them, for they can be useful for future breeding. Anybody know who Willie Lynch was? Anybody? Raise your hand. No one? He was a vicious slave owner in the West Indies. The slave masters in the colony of Virginia were having trouble controlling their slaves, so they sent for Mr. Lynch to teach them his methods. The word lynching came from his last name. His methods were very simple, but they were diabolical. Keep the slave physically strong, but psychologically weak and dependent on the slave master. Keep the body, take the mind. I and every other professor on this campus are here to help you to find, take back, and keep your righteous mind. Because obviously you have lost it. That's all you need to know about me, Mr. Lowe.
So after this, well, not after this, but we see a lot of these movies being pushed. And you know, the Million Man March, the rap music, all these things, right? And you know, if you say it's so dramatic, it's believable. Facts tell, stories sell. Let's just listen to this one more time.
Direction, set him on fire, and beat both horses until they tear him apart in front of the male, female, and nigger infants.
Now, when you're listening to this, then you get all bubbly in your belly. And then you want to get all teary-eyed and shit. You know what I'm saying? See, now we have two people that left. Why? Bye. I'm not here to please everybody. Y'all going to end up hating me. I'd rather have you hate me. I'd rather have you hate me, but at least I know that I'm telling you the truth. Because you're not going to, this ain't just going to ignore me. I'm not just going to ignore it and not bring it to your attention because it falls on me. Knowing this, I pay for a lot of people because I know this. So I have to share it. So now you know this. So now you have to share it. That's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. So you guys that leave and say whatever, this and that, and buy and don't care about this, it's fine. I don't care anymore. I'm not here to, I never was here to convince y'all. I never came to this position to create some kind of a church or whatnot. No, the Most High said you gotta share what you know. Empathy is what is being created for y'all right now. Of course, if you create a history and then you go into the Bible and say this happened to us, it looks like it's a legitimate thing. Let's go.
Bullwhip and beat the remaining nigger males within an inch of their life. Do not kill them, but put the fear of God in them, for they can be useful for future breeding. Anybody know who Willie Lynch was? Anybody? Raise your hand. No one? He was a vicious slave owner in the West Indies.
All right. So now my question is, if this is 1932, how the hell does he get this book? 1932. The book was never known until 1970. And it came to the internet in 1990 and nobody knows where, how, why. Just like the actual website we were reading. This was such a great find. Why wasn't it publicized like then in 1712? This facts tell, stories sell, fam. Facts tell, stories sell. And I'm always going to say that. So this is a famous book. This is your famous book, Ak. Your famous book, Ak. Yeah, man. Yeah, the so-called white man put us in slavery. And the so-called white man's the one that, put the chains in our necks. And the so-called white man did all these things. And the so-called white man sent this Willie Lynch letter to other slave owners. And we're the people of the book because, look, only this happened to us. You guys are liars, man. Yo, straight up, fam. Let's just call it for what it is. You guys, you black Americans, you guys are effing liars. This is a fake book. You're gonna tell me it's not? Please come. Whoa, hold on, wrong screen. Somebody come here and say that I'm lying. I'm allowing y'all to come on here and show me that I'm lying. I'm gonna show you guys my points that I put them down. All right, so there is here. Matter of fact, I wrote this down and I also copied and pasted a couple of info. So let me just read this, okay? Let me just show you guys real quick. Hold on a second. Before we start looking in this book, okay? So in this book, here's the things that I found that just seem very awkward to me, okay? So let me magnify it right here. All right. Choice of lexicon. One of the critical indicators of how untrue the Lynch letter has to do with lexicon choices. The period in view falls under the early 18th century, 1700, okay? And remember that year too, when it says 18th century, meaning in the 1700s, where the Elizabeth English was the prevalent manner of expression. But the choice of the words in Lynch's letter fit the 19th century modern English language. For example, the letter refers to this is the first word that I was talking about, okay? It refers to foolproof, refueling, and indoctrination. But these words that were introduced into the American lexicon in the 20th century. Therefore, there is no way Lynch could be using those words in the 18th century. Refueling came in the English dictionary in 1811. Indoctrination shared its current connotation as used by Lynch in 1832. Remember, so the actual Lynch man was in 1832, but they're saying that he said this in 1712. Not 1712. All these occurred at least 1 century after the said speech was alleged giving. In the first paragraph, Lynch refers to the words program. That's another one, okay? Lynch promised that the ancient Rome will envy us if my program was implemented. And you see, family, when you read, right, and you start realizing that these things are not making sense, all right? Because the Most High has opened your eyes and he's opened my ears. He's opened my eyes and my ears. When I read this book, I saw right through it. Then it says, indoctrination shared its current connotation as used by Lynch in 1832, not in 1712. All these occurred at least 1 century after the said speech was alleged given. The link is up. The link is there. One West, IUIC, GMS, FOPI, anybody, please. The link is up. You guys are welcome to come and tell me that I'm wrong and that you have the source that says the Willie Lynch letter is a legitimate story, because I call bullshit on it. Okay? I'm waiting. Then it says in the first paragraph, Lynch referred to the word program. See, so to me, I know this word because it's a lot. It's used a lot in the old industry I was in computer tech. Lynch promised that ancient Rome would envy us if my program was implemented. As at the time it was allegedly used, the term referred to a written notice used during the theater event. It took until 1837 for program to take on the meaning ascribed to it today. Hold on. Hold on. Hey, Nate. Hey, IUIC. Hey, IUCPK. Sakari. GMS. I post on your channels and you guys don't come and tell me anything. I want you to tell me that I'm wrong, because honestly, if I am, please let us know. Because there's brothers here that really do listen and they want to know. If I'm wrong, then let us know. But so far, no good. In the third paragraph, Lynch used the word outline in the phrase, give an outline of action. Although the word outline existed barely 5 decades to the time of the event, the meaning was not the same. The word had no relation to steps to follow, but concerns making a sketch. The current definition of outline came into existence in 1759.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
And that's not even it, fam. Because I went back and I started reading it again. And I'm like, okay, cool. Sounds good. Started reading it again. So now I'm going to show you something real quick before I continue with the class. So let's start dissecting this a little bit. And I'll go real quick just to show you. Now, you know in my classes that I provide everything, every documentation. So the first thing about this letter is the date. The first Africans in America arrived through Jamestown, Virginia, 1619. Lie. You guys came with the white conquistadors as indentured labor or servant. That is true. But check this out. Now, watch what it says, all right? So I need you to pay attention to this, family. Watch how it's put together, because it misleads you right off the bat. It says, so I'm going to read it and I'll read the next page and I'm going to show you something important. The first, because we know so far, 1712, lie. 1970 is when it first came up. It was really coined around that time. It was pushed in 1990. They made a movie in 2005 about supposedly that this was real, that the guy and the professor in Harvard, for that matter, they tainted Harvard now. Harvard, now you have to represent your name, because what you're saying, Harvard, is that you could confirm the source. Harvard University is now, you guys, I'm telling you, fam, I'm going to take this far, okay? Because Harvard University allowed this to be promoted. But it says here, the first Africans in America arrived through Jamestown, Virginia, 1619 as indentured labor servants. Check this, from 1619 to 1640, the law throughout Europe and the Americas removed all human individuality from abducted Africans and named them property. Watch this. Now, we know from the Africa's gift to America, that up until 1670, they were being released. African Americans, Black Americans were being released as indentured servants, the ones that were serving. But we know that even since the 1492, you guys were enslaving our people. You were part of the conquistadors. Yes, Black conquistadors, just like white conquistadors. You see, that's the history that's not being told. So this whole nonsense about, oh, no, that's a lie. But now here's my point. He says between 1619 and 1640, right? So remember, it continues. It's a paragraph. This is a paragraph, okay? He's continuing in thought. Then it says, the U.S. Supreme Court and Chief Justice like Roger B. Taney instituted that the law did not protect slaves, but embowed their white oppressors who physically, mentally, and psychologically abused them with full supremacy. First of all, I'm going to already tackle two things here. No Negro, whether slave or free, could even be considered a citizen of the United States, the Honorable Judge wrote. Then he continues in 1640. Maryland became the first colony, yada, yada, yada. So if you read this first page and second page, you're thinking he's talking about the period of 1619 and 1640, correct? Am I wrong or right, fam? Please, somebody respond. Just say yes or no. Is he referencing the years between 1619 and 1640? Yes or no? I'm going to go back. From 1619 to 1640, the laws throughout Europe and the American removed all human individuality from abducted Africans and named them property, right? Then he skips this and then says 1640. Okay, so now check this out. The first things first. I'm going to tackle this one. But embowed their white oppressors who physically, mentally, and psychologically abused them. This is in 1712. Let me show you something. Hold on, let me show you something. Watch this, okay? Oh, no, I know where. Oh, no. Oh, that's right. I texted to myself. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Give me a second, fam. Hold up. Wait up. Where are you at? Where's my link, Ak? Where's my link, Ak? Oh, I didn't send my link? Thought I did. Let's see if I can find it. When was psychology? Look, watch this. Psychology is defined as a scientific study of behavior and mental process. The philosophical interest in the human mind, right, regarding urge or whatever. Psychology is a field of experimental study began in 1854. For God's sake, man, come on, bro. In 1864, the even consideration of psychology. If you look through, look, 1752, 1783, 1890, there is no date, no time. And if you look at the actual, watch this. Here it goes right here. 1828, Webster's Dictionary. Watch this. Psychology. Give me a second. I think that no, physics. No, hold on a second. How do you spell psychology? Shit, man. That's what happens when you go to school, fam. Psychology. Is that how you spell it? Psychology coined. Yep. Look at this. Psychology, a discourse and treatise of human soul, or the doctrine of the nature and properties of the soul. In this time, they would have not known what psychologically means. So now, that's one. So now, let's look at this. He's referencing 1619 to 1640. The U.S. Supreme Court Chief Justice Roger Taney. Okay? So he uses this guy. Let's look up who this guy is. Roger B. Taney. Roger B. Taney. There you have it, family. He quotes, so a book that's written in 1712 quotes a Chief Justice man that wasn't born until 1777? Come on, man. Isaiah chapter 58. No, then it was in 1836 that he first held office. He died in 1864. So what is a book in 1712 doing? Or what is a man in 1712 doing in a book from the 1700s or 1800s, fam? The U.S. Supreme Court and Chief Justice like Roger B. Taney ensued that the law did not protect slaves. Then he goes in 1640. Now we look into the actual book, and it gets even worse. See, it talks about ancient Rome would envy us if my program was implemented right off the bat. Hold on. I circled a few things. First of all, this work here, hostages, is not used at that time. It was hostage, never with an S. Automatic, there was no such thing as automatic, okay? No such thing as fucking automatic, man. Excuse my language. It's starting to piss me off. There's no such thing as automatic. Now we go to the actual letter itself. It says, James River, in the year of our Lord, 1712. Now, we know that King James was a black man, right? And he passed laws in Virginia. And he was he chartered the Virginia Dutch colony that enslaved people. Telling me, this is what you're telling me a white man gave honor to him? That's what this is saying. Colony of Virginia, remember Virginia, the Old Dominion? So now look, they put these pictures. Oh, poor me. It goes right here, look. When ancient Rome would envy us if my program is implemented. There's no such thing as a program in that time. Then it says here, illustrious king whose version of the Bible we cherish. You think a white man would have cherished a black man Bible? Family, let's be real. You got to start asking yourself things that make you go, Things that make you go, Now let's scroll down over here. He goes here. In my bag here, I have a full proof. There's no such thing as full proof in 1712. And neither was black. Say Negro. If you look through this book, let's check it here. Let's check it here. Let's check it here. Can't believe it, man. Y'all letting the beaner destroy your doctrine. Look at this right here. All right. Comprehensive. For God's sakes, man. For God's sakes, man. Comprehensive. Let's see if it even is coined in 1828. Stop. Comprehensive. Comprehensive, right? Comprehensive. First used. Comprehensive definition, meaning. Let me see if I can find that link, man. I had the link. I don't like this. I thought I sent it to myself. Get away. Get away. Hold on. Hold on, fam. I think I texted to my wife, maybe. Oh, here it goes. That's why. There we go. Okay. There we go. Give me a second, fam. Okay. So now we're going to look at the etymology of the words. Okay. So comprehensive. Comprehensive. In the 1610s, but it wasn't used in that way. It was a French word. If you look at these things, it wasn't never used at that time, fam. Full proof. Comprehensive. Where are you at? Where else? Where did we leave off? All right. And then check this out. Psychologically, that word is not used. So it says here that this man, both horse and nigger, and by the way, this word is not even used at that time. Watch this. Right? Red, because it's not even in existence, family. Both horse and niggers. It's not in existence. You got niggard. That's it. That's all. Niggardy, niggardly, niggardish, niggardized, niggardlessly, but not this word. Shoot, not even that word. Hey, not even this word. Not even this word. Or this word, or this word, or this word. No, These words were not in existence in 1712. But he continues, both must be broken and tied together for orderly production, for orderly future. Special and particular attention must be paid to the female and the youngest, blah, 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 blah. As you read this book, you are psychologically being already molested, family. You are literally being molested into believing that this is true. And it's not. Far from it. Watch this. Psychologically, which was not even talked about at that time. Watch this. Okay, now I know how to spell it, bastard. Oh, wait, no, I think it's an H, right? Is that an H? Oh, it's P-S-Y-C. P-S-Y-C-H. Look, psychologically, it's not in existence. Psychological, right? Not even that one. Somebody please. Hey, Fopi. One West, somebody please stop me. Please, somebody stop me. Somebody stop me. Then it says psychological and physical instructions of containment must be created for both. We hold the sixth cardinal as truth to the self-evident based upon the following discourse concerning the economics of breaking and tying the horse and the nigger. That word was not in existence. N-I-G-G-E-R was not in existence in 1712 because it wasn't in existence in 1828. So it says, together, all inclusive of the six principles laid down. Neither principle alone would suffice for good economics. All principles must be employed in orderly for good of the nation. Accordingly, both a wild horse and a wild natural nigger is dangerous even if captured. So this right here, keep the body and take the mind. Where you at, Denzel? Punk ass. You guys knew that this book was a lie. You guys knew the entire time this book was a fraud. Black Americans. Hey, Nate the Snake. You see, this is now we know, family, that this is a whole made up thing. These are not the people of the book. They need to create lies in order to fit prophecy. They are a self-made slave. You know what? Cayenne Pepper was right. Keep the body, take the mind. In other words, break the will to resist. Now the breaking process is the same for horse and the word that wasn't even used at that time. Pay little attention to the generation. Concentrate on future generations. Blah, blah, blah. Now they're talking about here, it's all saying that, okay, make sure that these people, right, they're uncivilized, put them against each other. You know what I'm saying? Put the white one against the black one and da-da-da-da. But all I see in these pictures, I don't even know how these pictures showed up, is blacks. I don't see no color, light skin at all. We here, family, now can say, and I know that the so-called white man is never going to bring this to you guys' attention. The so-called white man is going to keep their mouth shut and say, oh, no, you're probably right. No, I'm calling bullshit on your ass. Where are you? Where are you? BHIs, where are you? Family, post this link on your website. See, I want them to prove me wrong because I'm not done. Where are you? This was a fraud. The Willie Lynch letter is the biggest lie anybody could have told. I've been catching you guys with constant lying, psychological, all over this book. Submissive, independent mind, phenomenon, slave units. Slave units? What? Subconscious? These guys sound like they went to school. Breed them. Comprehensive planning. Family. Warning possible interloping. All of this here is what black folks. Access means upon, let's see. What's a rude word? Okay. I'll let that one slip. Crossbreeding niggers. That was not even in use at that time. So what are they going to say, fam? Now that we are bringing this to their light, what's going on? What are you going to say? Are you guys still in doubt that you guys are the people of the book? Why would we be able to find this information if the Most High was not dealing with us? So now let's move on from this because I'm going to show it probably a little bit. Hold on. I'll probably come back. But check this out. What I keep finding now, because from what I see, being that this book is a complete lie, okay? Now it's clear to us that all they want is nothing more and nothing less but power, fam. They don't give a shit about you Hispanics. They don't give a damn about that 12-tribe chart. They're up in Africa trying to convert all of them over there. Bishop has never gone into Mexico, in case you guys don't know, or South America, ever. Bishop Nathaniel, GMS, none of them. None of them. Look, I'm going to even, let me see if I got this. Is it here? Yeah, check it out. I'm going to take you a different path now. Let me show you something, okay? And this is not coming from me. Yeah. Watch this. They said that the Willie Lynch letter. So let's analyze this, okay, fam? Here, I'm going to put my camera. Hold on. I don't know why it keeps dying on me, fam. I'm sorry. I'm going to buy a new camera. I promise. I promise. Think about this. They said that the Willie Lynch letter is the reason for all the mishaps of the so-called black man, okay? That's what you guys say. That it was white people that caused your civility to be ruined. You also say that family destruction was because of that, okay? Now, we know now this book is a complete effing lie. But let's just say that it was. If this was the reason for your fall, then you're confusing us, because if this was the reason for your fall, but then you go and say that prior to 1964, a lot of your family households were married. 80% of y'all were married, like family, husband and wife and kids. That's already way past, way ahead of the Willie Lynch letter. But then you go and use the Willie Lynch letter to say that. But now we know that the Willie Lynch letter was never real. A Willie Lynch letter is a fraud. Those are facts. Prove me wrong. The Willie Lynch letter is a fucking fraud. So now, you're saying that the Willie Lynch letter caused all this. This is why you guys are all the way you are. And I'm telling you that it's not true, that you're Canaan, that you are the people of Jubilees who shouldn't have been in our land in the first place. And that's why you guys are getting smashed around. And by sedition, deceivers. Listen, family, in my next class, I already have it planned. I'm going to prove to you guys that everything that is being worshipped was actually originated by a particular tribe. And I got proof of it. But let's continue. Let's learn about your so-called Willie Lynch experience.
Got a new show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Juneteenth. I'm glad they gave us that holiday, gave us something. Yeah, gave a holiday for the Negroes, Yeah, man. White people, y'all got 4th of July, Y'all got Christopher Columbus Day.
They got all the holidays.
They got all the holidays. Finally, us niggas get a holiday. Juneteenth, man. It's actually, it's got some historical value to it, man. It's not made up. A lot of conservatives say it's made up. No, man, shit actually happened. It's not a cuss word.
We know now Juneteenth is also a lie. Let's go.
But anyway, when you give black people a holiday, what they got to do? They got to be criminals. Check this out. Y'all like that African music I added? Gave it a nice touch, didn't it? Got some African music in the background. Man, they is tying up. Man, they getting back to the roots, man. This is black culture right here. Oh, man, it's complete chaos. They're inside of McDonald's. I think it's in L.A. Yeah. It's either L.A., Chicago, or Detroit, Jackson, Mississippi. Baltimore. You can't forget about Baltimore. Hey, can't forget about Baltimore. This dude stole the register. Yeah, how much money you think is in that register? Everybody pays for the car now. Yeah, I know. See how stupid these Negroes are? You gonna bust it open. Hey, bust it open, get them quarters and nickels out of there. Where the money at? There ain't no money in there. Everybody uses card, you idiot. Man, see, you people need to go back where y'all came from. Hey, man, seriously, this is why Walmart left Chicago. Yeah. Like, during COVID, when they was rioting and stuff, that one Walmart that left there, they went there and, like, torched the place.
So, family, from my understanding now, is that they need this book to justify its stupidity. Because that's what it is now. You see, it's time that you, brothers and sisters, start calling it for what it is. They're using Willie Lynch to excuse themselves. Oh, it's because Willie did it. It's because Willie did it.
Sprinkler system went on. Yeah. And they flooded. How do you flood a Walmart? By lighting the fire, them sprinklers go up. They're going to make sure that fire's put out. They flooded Walmart. And then that's why they left, because they was losing millions of dollars from not only just rioting, but theft. Yeah. And not only that, if that's not enough, it's people getting killed around that place. Employees don't want to show up for work. Yeah, drive-by shootouts at that place. It's not a good place for business. Let me put it to you like this. Certain areas of Chicago is not conducive for success.
Family, Chicago, North Carolina, Miami, Compton, California, and then Baltimore. How many more excuses do you need? You are in the land that literally feeds you everything you want. And you guys have no concept of stability. And your excuses are out the door now. There's no more Willie Lynch letter to run to. Okay? Willie never did it. Willie was never alive. Willie never wrote the letter. All right? The Great Debater is a lie. That movie is full of shit. Denzel Washington, I'm right here. Anytime you want some, bro. Anytime. This is all a hoax. We now know why the scriptures talk about principalities and powers. Now we understand what Ephesians 6:12 means. We started off a little slow, you know what I mean? But now we're understanding this particular thing. Ephesians 6:12, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. That's why it says, wherefore take unto you the whole armor of God, that ye may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all to stand. This is the evil day, fam. If you guys don't do the work, guess what? You're falling into this trap. How many people actually believe these people? How many people believe them? Oh no, they gotta be the people of the book. Pobrecitos. Pobrecitos, los negritos. Shut the hell up. Sedition, conduct or speech inciting people to rebel against to the authority of the state. In Jubilees, it talks about how Canaan is going to die by sedition, through sedition and for sedition. And what are they doing? You got no more letter. So what is the reason for your fall? Why do you act this way? Why do we got people here? I'm going to show you something that I've got. I was watching them the other day too. And all I noticed is they want power, fam. All they want is power. They don't want repentance. I don't want repentance, man. You black Americans don't want it. Not at all. Not even so-called white folks either. You guys don't want repentance. You guys want power. You want money. You want riches. You want women. And you want revenge. You keep saying that. Every single BHI camp or so-called One West camp that goes out in the street and teaches about so-called Black Messiah, every chance they get is, oh yeah, I can't wait to take my revenge on the white man. That's all you guys say. And then you say, oh yeah, they did the slavery, but yet we know now that it was black conquistadors who were doing this as well. I posted something the other day. Watch this real quick on Facebook. It's kind of just kept to my mind. Watch this real quick. It's a book I got. All right. I'm not going to tell you the source because I'm still working on it. Watch what it says. It says, the day after the Spanish expulsion, Christopher Columbus, whose actual name was Cristobal Colon, took a group of Jewish refugees with him to the New World. Queen Isabella signed the expulsion decree in Columbus' voyage under the very same day. But it was not the queen or the king who founded the voyage. George Cohen, among many Jewish historians, proclaimed that wealthy Jews financed the expedition of Columbus and add that the story of Isabella Jules is not found on facts, but rather it was an invention intended to glorify the Queen Isabella. Yeah, they make everything into rap video. Exactly. Check it. 3 Moranos, Luis de Santagel or Santagelo, a wealthy merchant, Gabriel Sanchez, the royal treasurer, and his assistant, Juan Cabrero, influenced Queen Isabella to help them finance the voyage. Cabrero and Santagel invested 17,000 ducats, I guess, I don't know how to say it, which would be well over 100,000 today. Alfonso de la Caballeria and Diego de Deza also provided funds. Abraham Ben Samuel Sacuto provided astronomy, navigation equipment, and Isaac Abram Vano also assisted. 6 prominent Jews accompanied Columbus, including Mastri Bernal, a physician, Marco, a surgeon, Rodrigo Sanchez, inspector, Luis de Torres, the interpreter, which we know. Sakari's fight his rappers, right? Yeah. And then we know this, that Luis de Torres was the interpreter. So we know that, fam. Now watch this. Here's my point. I want to bring this to your attention because to me, when I read it, it was weird. It says, and sailor Alfonso de Calle, watch this, and Rodrigo de Triana, who is claimed to be the first white man ever to see the world. So these guys are saying that he was the first white man. So they were not white. Now, if you recall the book that I brought to your attention, right, by Benjamin Franklin, and see, this is what I'm talking about, fam. You got to open your eyes now. Black Hebrew Israelites love to use that letter and say, yeah, oh, everybody was black. Okay, so now pay attention. In that letter, in number 24, he basically he talks about how, let me see if I have it here. Let me see. Here, I'll look for it while I'm talking about it. In that letter, he numbers number 24. And in that letter, in that number, he's saying how Germans, French, everybody in Europe is swarthy or black. Benjamin Franklin was around 1739, I believe. Right? Let me see. Let's find out. Benjamin Franklin, born in 1706. So he might have coined it around 1739. So he says that the majority of the people were swarthy, except them. Right? In 1700. But remember who wrote the letter, right? They said that at that time, that black folks had no power. But yet Benjamin Franklin is admitting that there were not that many of them in America. They were barely building. Barely building. So all I see here is people that simply are being misled with a bunch of lies. You guys are not the people of the book. You are not the Israelites. You are, look, quite frankly, you can be, how can I say? We know who you are. There's no more lying anymore. And you brothers and, well, you people that are in those rooms that are still believing this shit, then you deserve to be destroyed. Quite frankly, you deserve it. Here's what I'm going to read to y'all. Sirach 19:23. It says, there is a wickedness and the same an abomination. There's a fool wanting in wisdom. He that had small understanding and feared God is better than one that had much wisdom and transgressed the law of the Most High. Are they not a walking lie, family? Sakari, IUIC, GMS, ISUPK. You already broke one basic commandment. Thou shalt not lie. Thou shalt not bear false witness. You broke two of them by pushing this little insight is not true. You didn't find out the source. Now, remember, they talk about how scholarly they are, huh? Sakari, where you at? Where you at, Gorilla Monkey? Where you at? You guys talk about, he calls himself Gorilla Hebrew. That's why I call him Monkey. He talks about he's so-called scholarly. Where are they? Where is your source? Why you telling me that you didn't find the source of this book? You're telling me, Nate the Snake, that you didn't find the source and you didn't find out that this was a lie the entire time? And you who claim to keep the laws of God. There you go, bro. Look. Father of the Most High hates liars. Look, let's read it to them. It says the four commandments, the first four is dealing with us and the Most High. Okay? Then the rest of them is talking about us. Remember the Sabbath. It says here, thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Exodus 20:13 and 14. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. So if you, because remember, so-called BHIs, right? Let me read this real quick again. No, before I forget, so-called BHIs, right? They like to say that they're Jacob and Esau. So then that means that Esau would be your brother if you were really the people. So now you're lying on your brother. Now you're saying that your brother did that, but he never did that because that book is not true. That book is a lie. Those other cams just want to hate the white. That's it, bro. That is all, and that is it. The beef is past African American beef against the white man. They are just trying to use a religion to they're trying to use it to institute power, bro. They want power. They've been dealing with each other. Watch, I'm gonna show you, bro. We're getting deep on this, bro. We're gonna get deep on this. I'm gonna show you another book that's gonna touch on that year of 1970. Like, how coincidental that this book comes out around that time too. And then remember, in that book, it talks about 1800. So I'm gonna show you in this book too. They literally tell you who Revelation 2:9 and 3:9 is. They're in cahoots, fam. They're in cahoots. So their goal is to confuse us and to tell us, oh, they did it. Oh, no, you did. Oh, it's like they playing tag with each other. And you Hebrews that are not waking the hell up, please rot in there. Rot in their damn coffin, man. Y'all are stupid to believe this shit. I don't know why you're not confirming your sources. The easiest book, the skinniest book in the entire arsenal that us so-called Hebrews have, right? All of these thick books. You got thick books. You got these guys going in thick books. And yet I found this little skinny book, right, of like 5 pages. And all it did was take some time. And I literally proved to you that you guys right there are a bunch of liars. Proving it. And these are not just comments of mine. No. I'm not even done yet. Today, hey, remember, hey, by the way, for you guys that celebrate Sabbath, happy Sabbath to y'all if you're already there. Mine's is not. Mine's is lunar, I know. And remember, I'm not here to impose my understanding on y'all. Y'all either understand or you don't. That's that simple. I'm not here to tell you, man. My job is to warn you. That's it. Sirach 19:23. Let's go back to it again. Sirach 19:23. Nobody's bringing this to anybody's attention. The so-called white man's afraid to tell them the truth. Everybody's afraid to tell them the truth. The so-called Hispanic man's afraid to tell them the truth. I don't know what you guys are afraid of, man. If you say to you about the Most High, you guys are a bunch of respectful people. That's what it is. A bunch of respectful people. Wickedness, wick-ass fools. Listen, Sirach 19, verse 23. It reads, there is a wickedness and the same an abomination, and there's a fool wanting in wisdom. These guys are fools. You BHIs, y'all are fools. You're astidious. You guys are dumb. Straight up. You want wisdom, and your wisdom is rooted off of what? Sand. You guys are literally falling. You're gonna fall. I'm telling you, this doctrine is made to fall. It's beautiful. I love it, family. I love it so much. That's why I tell them, and I have no doubt in my spirit that you are going to fall. You're never gonna have the kingdom because you ain't the people of the book. He that hateth small understanding, he that hath small understanding, and fear God is better than one that had much wisdom and transgressed the laws of the Most High. Like, for example, IUIC, right? They got this Deacon Ithon guy, you know, the so-called knowledgeable guy of his history and all this. Yeah, he cheated on his wife. He committed adultery. You're telling me that you got that much understanding, you've been in the truth this long, and yet you still couldn't keep your pants up? Bro, you cheat on your wife? Once you have an understanding of what this means, you don't have repentance. You literally laid the Messiah in the cross once more and spit on his face. Yeah, exactly. Spit on his face. You are literally spitting on the Messiah's face. IUIC, GMS, you guys, all of you guys, there's no way to get around this anymore. You are lying. You are spitting on the Messiah. That's what you're doing. Yet he that has little understanding, like myself, and fear God is better than one that has much wisdom. They tell me, brothers, you don't know the Bible. Yeah, you don't know nothing. You know, okay, cool. Sounds good, bro. But you know what? I fear the Most High. That's all that matters. I'm not in this for money, for women, for fame, for a kingdom, for revenge. I'm not. That's not what I want. I wanted wisdom so I could not sin anymore. That's what I wanted. And that's what I still want. Now I want wisdom so I could teach my family, my children, and my wife to grow. That's what I want. Nothing more, nothing less. That's all I want. I don't care about everything else, man. I've had stuff and I've lost everything too. All I care about is not sinning right now and showing my kids that Lord willing, if I don't get to see this, maybe they will. But at least my son will be an example of me. That's why when the Messiah said, I am my father, I'm about my father's business, I come as him. If you see me, you see him. It's exactly what I tell my son. Listen, son, when I fucking die, excuse my language, I'm going to be a little straight with y'all. When I fucking die, son, okay, I want you to continue my legacy. You are a walking mirror of me. You are me. I am you. So when you, that's why I put that video, fam, at the end. Tú eres yo, yo soy tú. That's what it means. He is a representation of me. So when I leave, he is going to be a walking of me. That's what the Messiah meant. That's what the Messiah meant. Listen, it is better that one that had much wisdom and transgressed than the laws of the Most High. IUIC, you guys are literally walking on lies. That's it. And every single black person that believes this book, every single one of you guys that really puts so much love into this book, that you swore up and down that the white man did this to you. It's a lie. There's an exquisite subtlety, and the same is unjust. And there's one that turneth aside to make judgment appear, and there's a wise man that justified in judgment. Watch this. There's a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly. Who is that, fam? Aren't they saying, oh, esta gente nos puso en esclavitud, pobrecitos negritos, por eso es difícil nuestra vida, nos quitan los trabajos, nos arrestan. Bullshit. There's a wicked man that hanging down his head sadly. Oh, yeah. Hey, Hawk, we're the people of the book, Hawk. 12-type chart. What are you? Oh, you're a so-called Mexican? Yeehaw. Oh, you're Issachar. Yeah, we're the same people. Yeah, you know, the white man did this to me, and the white man did this to me. And oh my God, that's why it's so hard. That's why we can't get jobs, and that's why we can't keep them. We're the first ones fired, last ones hired. Oh, all that crap. There's a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly, but inwardly he is full of deceit. Willie Lynch. Casting down his countenance. Oh, man. It's so hard. Oh, the reason why the abortions happen is because the Willie Lynch did it. Oh, we're gangsters because the Willie Lynch did it. Oh, we don't take care of our children because the Willie Lynch did it. Oh, we hate each other because the Willie Lynch did it. Because Willie did it. It's all Willie's fault. All Willie's fault, fam. casting down his countenance and making it as if he heard not. We tell you that what you're doing is lying, and now you're acting like you don't hear us. Where he is not known, watch this, making as if he heard not, casting down his countenance, making as if he heard not. Oh man, nah, bro, you know what I mean? And we're like, yo, listen, that book is a lie. You're not the people of the book. Hey, well, if that's what you believe in. I mean, regarding the Azekarites, I don't think that Mexicans are Issachar. I really don't. I think there's several tribes there. But anyhow, that's not the point. But I know what you mean. They blame the Issacharites coming across the border. Why don't they have jobs? Exactly. Exactly, bro. Exactly. That's my point. You're asking for reparations for what? You're using, the matter of fact, they went, the Sacramento meeting that they had, they took the Willie Lynch letter, presented it to them, read it to justify reparations. But the Willie Lynch letter is a fucking lie. Yeah, their underlying tone with them. Yep, that's exactly it, bro. They don't give a damn about our so-called Issacharites, if that's who the so-called Mexicans are. Casting down his countenance and making it as if he heard not. Where he is not known, he will do thee a mischief before thou be aware. What is the mischief? Oh, you guys are Issachar. You guys on the bottom. You guys aren't leaders. Judah's a leader. We black people, we're Judah, so we're the leaders. Where he is not known, he will do thee a mischief before thou be aware. Now, here's the point. And if for want of power, he be hindered from sinning, yet when he findeth opportunity, he will do evil. Be mindful, family. This is what they are. They walk around with their head down, sadly, like they were actually enslaved, like they had nothing to do with slavery, and yet they're part of that slavery. They're hold on. They're part of it. Casting down their head as if they suffered just like us. The nerve of these heathens to tell us that they suffered like us, fam. You see, what I'm finding is that, what I'm finding, fam, is that our history is nothing like theirs. Our stuff did really happen. Y'all are just full of shit. And those are facts. The link is up. The link is here. Prove me wrong. Show me that you're the people of the book. I'll even choose the scriptures you guys go to. Because now you got IRC with new little black scriptures and y'all are full of, man, I don't even care no more about those little things. Because now I know. And now it's clear to me that there's not one class that's going to do this, family. We just got to continue and repent. That's our goal. Our goal now, I told my wife, our goal now is to repent. That's it. Don't worry about all these things. Let us do it. I'll bring it out. Y'all focus on repenting. Sirach, chapter 10, verse 9. Watch what it reads. It says, why is earth and ashes proud? There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man. That's all you guys want. That's what Sakari wants. That's what IUIC wants. That's what GMS wants. You guys just want power. That's it. There's not a more wicked thing than a covetous man. Why is earth and ashes proud? You telling me that you're gonna have the nerve to tell us that we're lying now? That I made up this book, that I somehow changed the things in that book? None of it. Yes, none of it is real. 1712. The language in 1712 does not match. You quoted a chief justice that was actually a chief justice in 1839, not in 1712. Okay? Then you mentioned our glorious, we cherish the Bible, which was authorized by a black man. And you're telling me that you would give him honor if it was so-called KKK people? No, You also could not provide any sources that show where this book came from. It showed up in 1970. Somehow it's in the Gopher server by some random person, and then y'all ran with it. You made movies, you made songs, Million Man March, you quoted that thing, and now Harvard, you are effed. Because technically I could use this, and I could actually take this to court, I think, and show how you affected a lot of our people by you supporting this lie. Because this is a mental anguish for us, because this book is a lie. I mean, I could use that, but I'm not going to do it. For such is, and one sitteth in his own soul for to sail, because while he liveth, he casted away his own bowels. You guys are so caught up in this power trip, man. You guys don't even, that's how I knew you guys were not the people of the book, because you don't care for repentance at all. There's no repentance in the spirit, fam. There's no repentance in the spirit. That's just a fact. You guys, just a fact. And I'm not afraid to say it, and I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care. Isaiah 1:17, learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow. You see that? It doesn't say ask for power, have multiple women, have all the riches in the world. Let me put my foot on the so-called white man's throat. Oh, I can't wait to get revenge, Ak. It says no, learn to do well, seek judgment. It didn't say seek riches, seek judgment. Hold on, fam. Sorry, my bad. I didn't realize it. Seek judgment. Learn to do well. Relieve the oppressed. Judge the fatherless, meaning help the children. Plead for the widow. Why do you think in Jude, the archangel didn't rebuke Satan or wish death upon Satan? He said, the Lord rebuke you. He pleaded for Moses. He didn't, he seek judgment for Moses, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, pleaded for the widow. He pleaded for Moses. He didn't say, hey, I can't wait to get revenge on you, Satan. No, he didn't. He didn't do that at all. And you guys, out of all the people you would actually listen to, you don't listen to. You go to this guy all the time, and I don't know why you don't actually listen to this guy. I'm going to read this real quick, all right? It's going to 1 through 13. I'm going to go, matter of fact, I'll do this one so you guys can see it. 1 King 3:1. Solomon made an alliance with the king of Egypt by marrying his daughter. He brought her to live in David's city until he had finished building the place, the temple, and the walls around Jerusalem, okay? Now it says a temple had not yet been built for the Lord, and so the people were still offering sacrifices in many different altars. If you read it here, and only the people sacrificed in high places, like the pyramids, like Tenochtitlan, because there was no house built on the name of the Lord until those days. And Solomon loved the Lord, walking in the statutes of David, his father. Only he sacrificed and burnt incense in high places. Okay? Then it says here, the king went to Gibeon to sacrifice there, and for it was the great high place, 8,000 burnt offerings did Solomon offer upon the altar. The only people that do this is our people. So now let's go to the regular one, okay? Verse 5. Then it says, that night the Lord appeared to him in a dream and asked, what would you like me to give you? Solomon answered, you always showed great love for my father David, your servant, and he was loyal. He was good, loyal, and honest in his relation with you. And you have continued to show him your great and constant love by giving him a son who today rules in his place. O Lord God, you have let me succeed my father as king, even though I am very young and don't know how to rule. Here I am among the people you have chosen to be your own, a people who are so many that cannot be counted. So give me wisdom. Give me wisdom. Give me wisdom I need to rule your people with justice and to know the difference between good and evil. Otherwise, how would I ever be able to rule these great people of yours? These guys are not asking for that, family. They want revenge. They straight up want revenge. Right? But let's continue. It says, the Lord was pleased that Solomon had asked for this. And so he said unto him, because you have asked for the wisdom of rule justly, instead of long life for yourself, or riches, or the death of your enemies. It says here that he didn't ask for the death for his enemies. He didn't ask for riches. He wanted wisdom because he knew not. I will do what you have asked, said the Lord. I will give you more wisdom and more understanding than anyone has ever had before or will ever have again. I will also give you what you have not asked for. All your life will have wealth and honor, more than that of any other king. And if you obey me and keep my laws and commands, as your father David did, I will give you a long life. Then Solomon woke up in a dream. You see, Solomon didn't ask for riches or power. None of that. So you guys like to use Solomon and Songs of Solomon 1 and 5. I am black. Yeah, we sure don't listen to him. You don't listen to him because you're not him. You're not the people. Let's start trying to finish it up, fam. Matthew 6:25. Watch what it reads. It says here. It said, do not be obnoxious, all right? So let's listen to this. Therefore I say unto you, take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body, what ye shall put on. It is not the life more than meat, and the body than raiment? Behold the fowls of the air, for they sow not, neither do they reap, nor gather into barns, yet your heavenly Father feedeth them. Are ye not much better than they? Which of you by taking thought can add 1 cubit unto his stature? Can't. Why would you take thought for raiment? Consider the lilies of the field, and they grow, and they toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I see unto you that even Solomon in all his glories was not arrayed like one of these. But you guys love to be arrayed in all this clothing too. Watch this. Hold on. Give me a second. Watch this. Wherefore, if God so clothe the grass of the field, which today is, and tomorrow is cast into the oven, shall he not much more clothe you, or ye with little faith? Therefore take no thought, saying, what shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or what withal shall be clothed? For after all these things do the Gentiles seek. You see that? The exterior part of it, family. They're not looking at the spiritual aspect of this Bible. They want everything that the flesh gives. They want power. They want money. They want women. They want revenge. For your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. So this is what it's telling us in a nutshell, family. Watch this, verse 33. It is God, 30. It is God who clothed you wild grass that is here today and gone tomorrow, burn up in oven. Won't he be all more sure to clothe you? What little faith you have. So do not start worrying. Where will my food come from, or my drink, or my clothes? Don't worry, fam. Oh my God. You know, is he going to come help us? Is it true? I mean, don't trip. That's it. You got it, brother, right there. That's it. That's the point. There are things that pagans always are concerned about. These are the things that pagans are always concerned about. Riches, power, vengeance, women. Your Father in heaven knows what you need, all these things. Instead, be concerned above everything else with the kingdom of God. And what does it say? The kingdom of God dwelleth in you? Exactly. And with what he requires of you. That's why you talk about fasting. That's why they talk about a bunch of different things, fam. Here it says, don't concern yourself with what may be coming. Don't worry about the kingdom of God, how it looks like, or that you're going to get this or that. Don't worry about that. And don't ask for those things. And don't ask for revenge. No. Instead, concern yourself with everything that has to do with the kingdom of God. And if the kingdom of God dwelleth in you, so who are you supposed to be concerned about? Your freaking sins, fam. You. Do not worry about tomorrow. You have right now. All will have enough worries of its own. There is no need to add to the troubles each day that each day brings. That's why, family, now that we see clarity with these classes, kingdom comes. Here goes right here. Kingdom first, everything else will come later. Exactly. But we don't do it with lies. It doesn't get done with lies, fam. It doesn't. So now I'm going to show you something, all right? So watch this real quick. Let's go back to this book that I have here. As you can see, this is the book that they like to use, right? Hold on, let me give me a second. It says it's called The New Voyage of Italy. Let's go to page 139 and 140. So in this book, it says here that the Portuguese Jews are black. Okay? Who started the slave trade? Portuguese. It says here that the Jews in Rome, Portuguese Jews, but not all Jews are black, northern region, but the Jews who were originally in Germany, there's an example, Prague, Jewish nation, Jewish traditions. So he's talking about these things, right? But at the end of the day, this is what his conclusion is. So he's looking at their knowledge. He's like, listen, man, they can't really, their customs are all different. They can't tell me who their real ancestors are. Yiddish is not Hebrew, Sephardics, so shut your ass up. Okay, that's not Hebrew. Okay, it's not. I'm sorry, it's just is what it is. It's a mixture of German. Okay, now, it says here, the answer I have then, to make you in a few words about this affair, is that these Jews have furnished me with nothing that one can draw any use from. And indeed, what could they say to Christians that the Christians, meaning white folks, do not already know as well as they? Why? Because they know what happened in 711 AD. And they know that the Moors and the so-called Jews were in cahoots with each other. But they also know, because they have the material, that they're not true. Have they any secret source or immediate revelation? Who are those people that pretend to teach each other? Now, this is not a white man saying that only black Jews are not the people. He's talking about all of them over there in Europe. All the white ones, too. It says here, who are those people that pretend to teach each other? On the contrary, they are sort of poor sort creatures, so filled with false notions, so conceited of their monstrous ideas, that I would never advise young people to have any commerce with them, for fear of receiving from them some ridiculous prejudice, like the damn Willie Lynch. Like the damn Willie Lynch. That is the biggest lie that could have ever, that the so-called black man could have ever concocted. You are a very deceitful nation of people. And we're not going to ever forgive you for what you have been causing. The Negro and the Jews. Watch it. Remember 1970? That somehow this letter came out of nowhere, right? All right, watch this. So then you go back to material. 1970. All right. This is a book called, and I ordered it, family. It's expensive. The Negroes and the Jews. Watch this. They don't have it here, right? But Amazon has it. $750. $1,000 as well. All right. Now, why is it so much? Like you wonder, right? Watch this. Now, remember, let me turn on the camera because you guys need to see this. I'm not going to hide from this. And I'm sorry. I may have to, let's see. Could I do it? I'll do it next time. I'll change my camera. I have another one that lasts longer. It's just cheaper. Remember how it says that in 1970, this book came out of nowhere, and it was pushed in 1990, right? All right, so now I want to remind you this. I forgot to show you. The Willie letter, okay? See, look. You see how they look? Look, see? I mean, they jump on it. Look at that. Black myth, Willie Lynch is real. The Willie Lynch letter is real, okay? You see that? Everybody, you BHIs, every single one of you. Oh, pobrecitos mentirosos. So now, what's the origin of this? Who funded this movie? Oh, no, here it goes. Sorry. The Great Debaters. Who funded this movie? None other than Todd Black, white Jew, Katie Ford, white Jew, Joey Roth, white Jew, Oprah Winfrey, black Jew. And all of these people, Jew, black, Jew, black, Jew, black. The movie made $30 million in 2007, which is a lot more now. Do you realize that this new movie that came out, Sounds of Freedom, didn't sell more than 30 million regarding our children being kidnapped and sent in slave trade? Yeah, I don't give a shit about Hispanics, man. You guys are the devil of the Bible. Straight up. Straight up. So now watch this. Okay? Where you at? Where you at? Okay? So now, I'm going to show you this. So we open this book. Let's read it up. It is a so-called Jewish lady. Watch this. The historic alliance of two groups since the 1800s. You see that? Since the 1800s. Their struggle for equality with other Americans. Their struggle for equality with other Americans and of the hostility that has grown between them in the last decade. Okay? Watch this. Let me see something. Yep. Is it? Nope. Okay, here it goes. Right there. Watch. Watch what it says here. The Negroes and the Jews. Lenora E. Burson. In this fascinating survey of the alliance between the Negroes and the Jews. So watch this real quick. Alliance. You see, Nate, you cannot escape me, bro. You messing with Joshua. You are a demon. Watch this. Listen to what he says.
I'm going to the Renaissance. They introduced another form of Christianity. Now, some books call it Roman Catholicism, where the Pope is the representative of God on earth. They call him the vicar or the replacement of God, replacement of Christ. They forced us to convert to Christianity, this new form of Christianity, wherein they were God, they were Christ. Okay, the angels were white, and that the Jews who had converted, the white man who had converted to being a Jew, they also had to, they were on top of us. This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains to help, they were on top of us. This white man that we had used from the Caucasus Mountains to help us in our military, they also turned against us. Our military, they also turned against us. Never trust your enemies, brothers and sisters. We said, these are our allies. Brothers and sisters, we said, these are our allies. We said, these are our allies. We said, these are our allies. And those very same allies turned against us. So again,
fascinating survey of the alliance between the Negroes and the Jews. So who just confirmed of their alliance? He said that they were their allies. And the very same allies turned against us. That's not what I said. That's what he said. It says here, the alliance between the Negroes and the Jews from the pre-Civil War era to today. Now, I have a book called The Jewish Confederate. Yes. Lots of Jewish people were part of the Confederate. Okay? Keep this in mind. And lots of black folks too. Mrs. Benson traces the historical partnership of two prejudiced against peoples and explores not only their separate and collaborated history and economics, but their individual struggles for identity, justice, and true freedom. Now, in this case here, it says the historical partnership of the two prejudiced against people. You Hispanics you guys must sit on a throne, bro. Like, I guess you Hispanics got it good. The historical evidence traces the growing identification of the Jews and Negroes as undesirables in the United States and examines the similarity between the anti-Negro and anti-Jewish hate campaign, both and present. Through actual interviews and personal experiences, the author analyzes the complex sociological and economic pressure exerted on in by both. Now, when was this book written? Oh, watch this, okay. Her discussion ranges from their problems of identity with psychologically WASP America to the psychological implications of prejudice as it has affected housing, education, and job opportunities to them. Really? To the factor pressuring the two groups into both cooperative and competitive efforts. And finally, to the present phenomenon of black anti-Semitism towards the Jewish community, which has assimilated into white America. Benson concludes by documenting the historical reasons for the Jewish community's fear of this black anti-Semitism, suggests that the tension surrounding that conflict must be resolved by the entire American community in an effort to realize this country's promise of equality. Really? Watch this. This book is expensive for a reason, fam. And it's on its way. To the Memory of My Father. Book was written in 1971. When did the Willie Lynch letter show up? 1970. When was it loaded in the server, Gopher server? 1990. All of a sudden, it's found in the website. Who has power to do this? Them, the white, fake Jews, right? Who pushed the movie, The Great Debates? Who funded that movie? Who were the producers? Who were the writers of that movie? Because you had to have writers, editors. You had to have scholars, people that actually found out about this thing. You had to have spoken with that professor or his family. So now you lied on the professor. You lied on Harvard. And now we know who has the power. Watch this. I find it so interesting that in the same book it says here, 2 nations are in thy wombs, and 2 people shall be separated from thy vows, and the one shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. Genesis 25:23. Do you know, all One West runs to this to show who the white man is. So what they're kind of saying is that they're the white, that they're Jacob, and the white man is Esau. You see, these fake Jews act like they're not white. They're white people too. It's just a different tribe. That's it. You guys are the true Khazars. And it's very clear. It's true that you guys are converts. It's clear. It don't matter to me. If you guys want to keep the laws, fine, keep the laws. And you black folks too. If you want to keep the laws, keep the laws. But what you're doing is you are a manifestation. You are literally this right here. Now I know it's you. Revelation 2:9. I know thy works in tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. Because see, our people are going through tribulation and poverty till this very day. 2 million children disappear in the Americas every year. Slavery is going on right now. While black people are destroying stores claiming that Willie Lynch did it. I know the blasphemy of them, but thou art rich, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogues of Satan. I always ask, why is there 2 verses right next to each other exactly the same? They could never answer me. Oh, it's because different churches. Well, why don't you just say one message? Revelation 3:9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Willie Lynch. So who's verse 3 and 9? Canaanites. Behold, I will make them come and worship before thy feet to know that I have loved thee. Why? Because they put the other nations at their feet to claim that they're the people. This is you, Canaan, right here. Nate, kiss my boots, baby. Nah, I'm kidding, man. You don't deserve it. My boots don't deserve that treatment. You're on the way on the bottom. You're not even getting a job. Well, it's not that you would keep it anyways. Yeah, I don't like to work. It's just facts. Just facts. So you guys had an alliance, huh? Watch this, family. We're not done yet. Page 210. Now it's 150 billion, brother. It's twice as much as that. It's sad, bro. Every time I look at my daughter, all I see now is those kids. I kid you not, bro. It breaks my heart, man. And hopefully I get a hold of the right people that I can start trying to help out in some way. This is in the same book. Watch what it reads. 2010. They admitted themselves in 1970. This is how they helped you guys. They created the Willie Lynch letter and used you guys to push it. That's what happened. The white Jew, fake one, created this letter and gave it to the black Jew, the fake one. They keep doing it. They're the movie directors. They're the musicians. They're the producers. And you guys are the puppets. Black Jewish congregations are made up of Caribbean island Negroes who are descendants of miscegenation, marriages between Sephardic Jews and blacks.
Bruh. Wait a minute.
Jewish and black descendants of slaves in Jewish-owned southern plantations, left over from the Back to Africa movement of 1920s. And recent converts. Now, remember, the Black Africa movement, right? Why didn't they use that book then? They would have definitely made a lot of moves, right? Because it's a lie. It's a lie. All made up. Magic. Magic. Hey, Deacon Ithon, did you not find this? Or were you too busy banging on your neighbor? Cheating on your wife? All wise, all knowing, yet the simplest thing that says keep your pants up, which you can't control because you didn't just slip and fall on that woman. Y'all are sad, man. Y'all a sad joke. The conversion began with the Great Migration of 1915 and hit their peak in the 30s and 40s. You see this? In the 30s and 40s. The Great Migration. In 1948, you guys were all about it. And now you have a problem? They are almost solely a northern urban phenomena. Some converts are open about the source of their religion's alliance. Boom! Says it again. Nate the Snake Roberts. Hey, Nate, where you at? Hold on a second. Hold on. Man, I'm trying. Look, listen, fam. I'm really trying to get somebody here. Where you at? Somebody, please. Somebody tell me that I'm wrong. Come on my channel and prove me wrong. Please. Please. I beg you. I plead. Please correct me if I'm wrong. The conversion began with the Great Migration in 1915 and hit their peak in the 30s and 40s. They are almost solely a northern urban phenomena. Some converts are open about the source of their religious alliance, like Nate. They were our allies, but these very same allies turned against us. Gay-ass fool. Others in great need of support claim to be falashas in great need of support. Fopi Sinetter puts up a so-called debate. They never show up, but he keeps the money. Fopi does a so-called debate. The guy shows up, but he doesn't. He says, no, we can't start until we collect the $300 because he wanted to go somewhere. Others in great need of support claim to be falashas who have only recently discovered that they are offsprings of the black Jews of Ethiopia and claim a pedigree that goes back to King Solomon and Queen of Sheba. Black Jews exist wherever there are a large number of Negroes in Harlem, Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, Los Angeles. You know what's so funny? That's where all the riots are. Philadelphia is actually where the epidemic is the most, right? Remember the epidemic, the fentanyl epidemic? Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles, Harlem. As I said it before, fam, by sedition, through sedition, you are going to die. Thus saith the Lord. Black Jewish exists wherever there are a large number of Negroes. Chicago, Walmart left y'all, 4 stores. Detroit, they don't even want to go there. Philadelphia, fentanyl, all up there, yang. Los Angeles, they just did that whole street takeover. Their rituals range from impressionistic versions of Jewish ceremonials to exact replicas. Hey, we're the people of the Bible. Their existence is testimony to the desperate desire of American Negroes to find an acceptable self-image. It's getting hot in here. It's getting hot in here, man. Watch this.
Debunking the Black Hebrew Israelites, Part 3. What is the synagogue of Satan? In Revelation 2:9, Jesus says, I know thy works in tribulation and poverty, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. Jesus essentially says the same thing in Revelation 3:9. Before making conclusions, you have to understand the context. The book of Revelation was written in 95 AD or around that time by the Apostle John.
Yeah, something's wrong with the video, but it's interesting. But he's more of a Christian. You know what I'm saying? He's more of a Christian. He's more of a Christian. Now I want to. I'm basically almost done, but I am going to stick around. All right. I want to chat with you guys. If everyone's going to come on board. I want to present something because I think we've done enough to show you guys. You see, and here's the Willie Lynch, right? So all
right, fam. So I'm gonna cut it now. All right. Hope it was edifying. Again, this was just something for people that are new to the channel. Other than that, let me kind of get to this point here over here real quick. Let me just a second. Let me just show you the end of this video, and then that'll be it.